Alright, how's everyone doing? Good to see all of you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. Hey, Wallerino, thank you so much for the 6 months. Good to see you. How you been? Hope things are treating you well. There's a cat. It's a cat butt. Turn on the cam just in time to see the cat butt. Let's greet everyone. We got Roddy, Irish, Pico, Mahoney, Foster, Itsukato, Cheeky, Brendan, Arconia, Fan, Jester, Stuffed Beaver, Cranberry, Loading Screen, Doc, Stump, Stone Spawn, Fleece, of course, Wallerino, Luke, how you doing? Reckless Monster, Shay, how are you? JC, good to see you. Urban Mech, morning. Hey, Lyman, thank you for the 19 months with the 14 streak. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
It's too early for this. Yeah, definitely. It's really why we're here. Cat butt is why any of us are here. Right, Cat? It's up over an hour ago because IBS is pain. I actually had some stomach issues this morning too. Great minds, great guts think alike. Yeah, I had some. Yeah, Jake, I'm describing. That's exactly how I felt. Good shout. Morning, Cryptic. How you doing? What's the plan for today? Plan for today is I want to finish out that great bow farm. We have 14 great bows left to get, so I want to do that in this week's featured, because this week's featured is 2 dedicated sources for the Threads of Fate spell, and I want the Threads of Fate spell. It's also Head of the Snake armor, so like, okay, whatever. And Liquid Cooling Pistol. Those are all dedicated drops within this week's featured, so I want them. Twin Soul in the vending machines, I'll keep an eye on that. Diamond Gauntlets in the vending machines, I'll be looking for that. Arcane Bolt in vending machines, I'll keep an eye on that. Rain of Arrows from the chest, so I'll have to look at that too. Just a lot of different loot acquisition things I'm going towards. Once we get the 74 great bows, I have prepped a character. I will move the remainder over. I have like 55 on the character right now. 59 actually. No, I moved the last one to 60. So I'll move the bows over, and then we'll shoot them all. And another thing I'm going for farming-wise, we're gonna have to farm some souls for this. I thought of a use for the new armor piece, the Tyrant's Truth, which it dismisses your class companions, and for each one you lost, up to 2, depending on your multi-class, you will gain 35% gun, melee, or spell damage. Now, in the case of the gun damage, it seems to be regular old gun damage, but based on some testing from some people, the melee damage goes in an advantageous part of melee formula, but I'm not using that. the spell damage seems to be a mult. So if anyone's curious about, I know Fleece, you've been asking about this a few times, that that grave spellcaster thing I was trying to do a while ago, like without spell shot. I think I'm gonna use it for that. Doing either grave spore or grave claw spellcasting with that, but that's a very specific armor I would need. Only spell, you didn't listen. Melee as well. Is Livewire good? Seems like a different wire. I got one last night. Most people use Livewire for holding while they melee. Cryptic. Every other melee hit you do from your swinging your weapon that connects creates Livewire chains between you and nearby enemies, and those chains count as melee damage. So they get a pretty good damage formula. Hey Gage, how you doing? Sinju, hope you're well. David, good to see you. Haven't seen her use the Tyrant's armor. Could really help Spore, I suppose. I think it hurts Spore the most, because you lose your pet revive there, and if you don't have any companions, it'll be additive on swing melee and spell damage additive with Lich's Augur IRC. Yeah, thanks, CZ. Thanks for confirming. I was using old stuff you posted, and I didn't want to bother you about it again. So yeah, there you go. So the spell damage is the most attractive version of that, because Lich's Augur is one thing that is kind of awkward to get the uptime on, and you give up an item slot for. So, looking for that. Hey Cheese, how you doing? So, in order. Featured farming till we get all the great bows, and then soul farming and hope we get some Tyrant's Truths. Also, regarding that again, Foster, regular gun damage is one of the few things that Spore Warden Tree gives you an abundance of already. So, giving up your companion for more gun damage? No. Giving up your companion for spell damage on just that multi-class? It really depends on what your other class is. And then giving up your companion for melee on a Spore is also like, maybe no. Extremely love to see it. Not a lot of us, interestingly, Chris Bub. It's one of the reasons I got into it. I wanted to, you know, be what I wanted to see. How you doing? I should have done the quartz first. Oh well. Yeah, the room's faster if you quartz Dragonlord quartz, but you get fewer crystals. Should do quartz, quartz, quartz Dragonlord. Connie will get at least 2 great bows this run. Okay, I am choosing to believe in you. We'll do bark. It's been a minute since I've done bark. Chillin', how are you? Can't complain. Can't complain. Hey Twist, how are you? Ace, good to see you. I really played Chambers in a couple days. Not same. So another question, hear about this gun a lot. Oil and Spice, another good one. Got 2 last night, was farm DLC content. It's okay. I wouldn't call it good, but it's okay. You can get it to do some interesting things. How many great bows? We have 60 currently. And the count is on the screen. Right above my can. Oh, you mean for prediction? I guess we could do that. I missed part 1 of that. Let's go 0. 1 to 3, 4 plus, and ratio. There you go. Hang on. Error creating prediction. Hello? There we go. Suffering stream is achieved? Yeah, on Monday, I think, Sinju? I think Monday. Gave up my Wyvern for the armor melee stat after contagion changes feel extra melee is worth. Maybe. It might be decent on the Ghostblade setup, actually. Yeah. Might be decent there. You lose the claw debuff, though. Which is awkward because the claw debuff is a fresh molt, whereas the Tyrus Truth melee is not technically unique. If you have the Consec Swing enchant, it's not unique. If you have the Berserker Feral Surge enchant, it's not unique. May as well hit the skull container over here, too. Hey, kitty. How are you? I don't want to work on my third character's Chambers of the Low till then. Yeah, I'm thinking of starting a playthrough on Monday, because we've got no chamber-related events right now, so I think it might be a good time. Maybe. But, I don't know, we'll see if I can hold myself to that. A hold you to holding yourself to that? Understandable. That featured first room is like S tier. It's so good, Dex. It's got 3 quartz, a Dragon Lord statue, a conveniently located container, and a raid boss. Like, that's the best room 1 they've done in a featured ever. It's so sick. The room 2 isn't great, and then there's one room in this run I really don't like. But for the most part, this feature's great. Can't jump that high. Alright, what does that spell do? This spell? That depends on how long I'm using it. There's no, like, direct answer to that. I don't know the exact tick rate, but, I like it because it's a lot of potential hits to multiple enemies up front, and also more spell hits over time, even after I've stopped casting. It just does a lot of different things for the build. First room has all 3 containers. Ooh, very nice. If I missed something, what's the relevance of the great bow counter? I am farming for 74 great bows so that I can put them all in a character and occupy all the backpack slots and the gun equip slots and shoot them all at once and see how many ascended great bows we get. See how many ascended used great bows we get. And if I get any or enough, then I'll use those on some gun build stuff once I bother to bring that up through the chaos tiers. Ah, leave me alone. See, this room I don't necessarily love because the enemies spread out a lot, and then some of them are crabs, so they'll just burrow. There's a couple of rooms that stop this feature from being super speed friendly, but I'll forgive it. Gloop? No, I don't feel like doing gloop. Why don't so many great bows? Because 70 is how many you can have with a maxed out backpack, and 4 is how many equip slots you have. So 74 would be as many great bows as one character could physically hold. Also love that we're room critiquers now as this house hunters or something. Certainly feels that way, huh? This is the other room that I don't like in this feature. Because the enemies just kind of don't exist. I suppose I can use this week as an opportunity to learn a couple of the container locations that I don't know. Like, I only know one in this map. I only know one in the first map. It's a learning opportunity. Try to kill that zombie without blowing up that barrel and stuff. I took a shot for every time you explain the great bow counter. I should probably make a command for it, but that's effort. So I'm not gonna. I'll just explain it. Sorry about Stallion. No shot. Oh wow, I actually saved her. I'm shocked. Who wouldn't want so many great bows? Great question, trade secret. So our ability builds some of the strongest builds in the game. Define ability. Like, things that scale with ability damage, because absolutely not. But there are action skills that don't scale with ability. Like, what do you mean by ability build? Spell and action skill builds? Okay, yeah, totally different things. Spell builds are extremely powerful, yes. Action skill builds depends on the action skill. Ghostblade is very good as long as you're not against an enemy with hitbox issues. So that's a really good direct damage dealing action skill. Most of the action skills are just kind of facilitating other things though. Like, from the shadows, doesn't do any damage on its own. Reaper of Bones doesn't do any damage on its own, it just enables other things. So it really depends on how you look at it. Reason for me asking is you've been using this build and melee builds every time I come by the stream. I like melee builds a lot in this game. And of the builds that I've taken to Chaos 50, I've taken 3 builds up. One of them is this melee, another one is Ghostblade melee, and then the other one is a Spellcaster build. I have not done any gun builds on C50 yet, because I just don't really have an immediate interest in that. It's more fun doing other stuff. It's like, you know what you can do in any FPS? You can shoot. You know what you can't do in any FPS? Use a flamethrower and a crossbow pistol, and then swing a gigantic greatsword, make tons of explosions, and go stealth for more damage in the process so that your status effects hit harder. Like, so I like doing the weirder stuff. Hey, Gentalis, good to see you again. You just think Stabo Capstone is a bit of a meme, found it kind of interesting to build around. It is interesting to build around. I still think it's definitely on the weaker side of the capstones, but it's fun. Crit damage, spell charge, it's decent enough to pick up. Wants to know the secret to amazing pesto? Hit me. Oh, that's what happens when you stack a melee formula, chat. Kill Bark in 3 shots. Oh no, Rabbit. DLC's worth getting. I'm still only level 33 on my first character. I find them worth for just adding variety to the game. They add more gear, add more rooms for you to fight in the Chaos Chamber, add more bosses. More ways to farm, a lot more cosmetics. If you're a fashionista, which I'm a little bit of a fashionista in this game, you get a lot of cosmetics from each DLC. Each one has 80, not including the gameplay stuff. 80 cosmetics. So they're pretty cheap for what you get. I'm hoping text-to-speech just decides not to do Rabbit's resub message, but I'm waiting so I can fucking mute it if I need to. But thank you for the 23 months, Rabbit. I think. It's fine. I don't think it is. You know, we're just gonna hope it doesn't happen. We want to hear it through TTS, but I don't. That's a tragically bad to insult. It's fine for very low values of fine. I like that, Urban Mech. Primordial Rain of Arrows. I want an Ascended one. I still haven't gotten over the one we weren't able to buy from the vendor, chat. It was 90 mil, we had 80 mil. I'll never forget. Paying you my hard-earned money I obtained from sitting on my ass since I'm off work. It's still hard-earned money to hear TTS. Yeah, Rabbit, you making it day to day is pretty difficult considering your eating habits. So that is hard work for you. I'm proud of you. Good job. I had good food today. Elaborate. Homemade oxtail soup. Okay, that is good food. That is good food. I think Text-to-Speech just decided not to do it. We're chilling. It never popped up, did it? I'm now dead inside. Praise TTS. Hey, Pris. It's gonna creep up on you? Fucking probably. Built-in cringe detector? Then how am I allowed to use it? What? Ah, that's one. That's one great bow. Okay. Two great bows. Three great bows. Just three. So 70% of you were right. It was almost in that 4+. It was almost there. There you go. And yeah, you can see I have even more bank space now because I actually spent the time moving the great bows to a dedicated character for them. So it'll be super easy, barely an inconvenience to finish that out. Another one. It would have made bank. Yeah, it was real close, Chris. It was real close. I want to send you one of my homemade chef's knives if you're interested. Pics in Discord art section. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. I'm interested. It's just I need to set up actual like. I should probably get a PO box. There's a post office like real close to me. I should really just do that. Someone remind me at some random time, like not now, to do that. Post your address to the internet, open backbox. Remind you on Mondays? Sounds good, so. And thank you again for the offer, again. I do have an interest in that, and like, if there's one thing I need for cooking in general, it is better knives. I do not have good knives. And if you're like me and you have bad joints, having to put more pressure on a dull blade while cooking is actually surprisingly awful. Hey, Higgy Bread, how you doing? Dorks, good to see you. Nothing wrong with a little doxing, just a little doxing among friends. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Really need a good chef's knife. Mine is so bad, I can just pick it up by the blade. Yeah, the dull blades are... Ugh. Get a P.O. box, I can send you things. You guys are trying to make me read problematic shit, aren't you? Teach you cocktail time. See, Rabbit jokes around, but something he actually is very good at is making cocktails. These knives are amazing, about 14, mine in our kitchen, all sharp enough to shave with. Love it. Smart armor, huh? Bad passives. Also with the smart armor. Why is that circle still there? Hang on. I've never seen that before. We're gonna buy some equipment for cocktail making. Honestly, it's in your skill set. Might not be a bad investment. Like, you have put together some quite tasty looking stuff. Favorite drink right now is called a Mezclaw. A shot of Mezcal and a black cherry White Claw. I still don't know how I feel about White Claw. Like, it's like drinking water. I'm like, oh, okay. You have like 6 of these, you might start to feel something, maybe. Until then, you're just drinking slightly off-tasting water. Like, I don't have an entire internet persona structured around disliking White Claw, how some people do, but like, I don't love them either. Probably much better mixed. I've never had a cocktail involving white. It's like drinking TV static. No, that's McDonald's Sprite. Did I not get the bonus? I didn't. Failed the melee objective on my melee build. Beautiful. Truly talented. Proof of Quag melee. Listen, Frizz. It's okay because it's inflammation. It's just like getting rad explosions. That's all it is. Primordial ×2 liquid cooling. I finally got it. It took until Chaos 50, several weeks into Chaos 50, but I finally got it. I want an Ascended one. Still, that's an upgrade. 3 liquid coolings? Yeah, Lycia is the source of liquid cooling. Any boss or mini-boss that is featured, like in the featured run, gets massively increased rates for their dedicated drops, and they just poop out several of them at once. It's quite nice. Had a watermelon mojito the other night that went pretty hard, and I'm not the biggest fan of the sweeter stuff. Watermelon mojito. You know, I've never had any weird mojitos. I like regular old mojitos, though. I'm trying to think the last time I like went out and got a drink. I think it was last summer. I don't really do that a lot because COVID and immunocompromised. And, I don't take risks. But last summer, I went to this bar that it's like unicorn themed, I guess is the only way of describing it. Like their whole gimmick is like, hey, this is a disgustingly sweet thing with lots of colors and alcohol. You want to try it? I'm like, oh, sure. And then I had that awkward moment of like, downstairs in this bar is nice because it's spread out and people can just kind of keep to themselves. Upstairs is where the young people are. And I got old at some point. Blood Stallion's Bar and Grill. They could have called it that, it would have fit. They did pretty decent blood orange mojito a few years back. That does sound good. Taboo, absinthe, blueberry liqueur, lime juice, mint syrup, sparkling wine, mint for garnish. That sounds good. That sounds really good, actually. Turn that music down, you damn kids. Ranch water is where it's at. Excuse me? It's a brand of hard seltzer. You see, that's slightly better. Slightly. Grandpa Quag back at it again, you know it. Explain your melee interaction with gun and spell? Sure. Let me finish this room first. I'm trying to protect Blood Stallion. And, it's pretty close. 1 second. I'm totally gonna fail because we got, like, no room progression so far. But basically, the short explanation is, crossbolts. Melee crossbolts are very favorably placed in the damage formula. They give you a lot of additional damage just for sticking a bunch of bolts in a target before you hit them. So I'm shooting a bunch of those. I have a Barbalode amulet, so any enemy with crossbolts stuck in them has a chance to send projectiles at other nearby enemies. Oh, sorry about that. Has a chance to send projectiles at other nearby enemies based on the damage that caused that ricochet, not based on the damage of the crossbolt. So if I put a bunch of crossbolts in an enemy and then hit him with a big greatsword and that greatsword crits, well then that ricochet is gonna hit pretty hard. Yes, Cat, I agree. My spell is Inflammation, which lights enemies on fire, and while they're burning from that effect, each tick of damage that deals is also spell damage. And whenever I crit with a spell, it has a chance to do Executioner's Blade, which is another instance of melee damage. Enemies that die under the influence of inflammation cause a fire explosion. It's like radiation from BL3, and they spread that status to enemies in the radius of that explosion. Ranch water sounds like it should lower your credit score. Sounds like it should give you some sort of stat debuff. It's like one of those items you'd eat in Fallout that gives you just a lot of rads and very little health. I think a spell contagion build would be good on Chaos 50 runs. The thing with contagion now is ultimately contagion does not provide meaningful damage on its own. Contagion now does what it says and it distributes your damage. So whether a spell contagion build would work or not is entirely dependent on how big the dots from your spell are. That is all it depends on. No other factors to it. Inflammation dot you spell crit? Yes. You want to see what the rest I'll be trying to complete once I get this one piece of equipment and post in quite a snack? I'm not going to look right now, but I'll check it out later. Fire Banshee would be really nice here. Send it. Do you have a sigil spell that summons hydras? Those hydras count as companions? Yes. Yes, they do. Keep in mind, different kinds of companions have different caps. I want to say there's a cap of like 6 or something on hydras. Flying companions have a cap of 15. I know that much. Decent skills on this, and the passives aren't bad at all either. All damage, area damage was like real nice. But it's ahead of the snake, so like, why would I pick it up? What cat? Okay. Bark, you're moving weird. Stop that. One more attack? You got one more in you? No? Alright, that's fine. Come on. Bark Mad, Bark Smash. I was wrong head of the snake. Nothing in particular, it just doesn't provide any real bonus. Like, your Hydra's teleporting to you, okay, but more often than not, you're just spawning new Hydras. Think about it. If you're throwing Hydra guns, you are just spawning new ones. If you're using Snake Stick, you are just spawning new ones. If you're using Dark Hydras, you are just spawning new ones. There's no Hydras that you aren't simply overwriting the old ones anyway. And when you overwrite the old ones, they move. The duration bonus is nice, I guess, but again, you're likely to just be spawning new ones. Fucking mortgages. I don't recommend fucking one of those. You might catch something. How you doing, Control? Give Hydras a damage buff to go with the duration buff. It would make more sense if it had a direct damage buff for Hydras, yeah. Or if it, like, increased your Hydra spawn cap or something. No, it could even do something crazy like make Hydras permanent. That would make some crazy builds. Be wildly overpowered, but it would meaningfully change gameplay. And as long as it didn't apply to Pixies, which I don't count on it excluding them. Hydras from Snake Stick are like 44% of card damage each. They're so good. I love Snake Stick. It is my favorite Ghostblade weapon. Because you can have the Ghostblade doing stuff, you can be hitting, and you could have your 3 Hydras also hitting. Hey Raystep, welcome back. Good to see you. How are you? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We're going for the rest of the Great Bows. We're at 63 of 74. And then I got a couple other farming goals. Once that's done with. There's another one. Ooh, there's 2 this run. I get a lot of the low roll primordial carousers. You can get a 3500 primordial. There's another one. Let's go. That's 3. Hey, Worrisome Fool. How you doing? Pixie Swarm just following me everywhere. Ugh. Finally beat every single Chaos Chamber raid besides Maker, hopefully Chaos 10 today and finishing DLC 1. Let's go. That's definitely a milestone. Congrats. I love the aspect bosses. I should spend Moon Orbs. Also for my solo character, debating what I want my second class to be for Stabmancer. Have you tried Clawbringer with Stabba? That's what my Ghostblade build is, and it's a lot of fun. Like that all the snipers end up in a line reminds me of the Game of Thrones chair. A little bit, yeah. I knew that would happen because I wasn't able to stagger it. That's fine. one here. What's the actual spell for this? I'll do the Dragon Ball statue so I don't forget. Eight great bows to go. Yeah, we're getting close. We're getting close. So there's one container here. Where's Skull? Okay, there. Okay, that's convenient. I can do that one at spawn. Then the second one's over there. I already know the third one. We learning today. I don't know why my brain keeps telling me it's over there. It's definitely not. Where's the skull? On the shack as soon as you walk onto the roof. Ah, thank you. My brain told me the right room, I just didn't look in the right corner. Check your corners, Ramirez. Has the new featured run started this week? Yeah, I'm in it right now. This is the first run of it. Not the first run, the first room. And I can tell you it's quite nice for placement of quartz and crystal containers. That's pretty cool. The curses are also reasonably fair. And there's no super problematic bosses. So it seems like a good feature. There's a couple rooms that are kind of slow-paced. So I feel like builds without a lot of movement speed would maybe feel a little sluggish in a couple of the rooms. But yeah, that MW2 sure was. Is it this week? As in, what are the changes? What do you mean? For the featured? It's an entirely different run every week. Entirely different. So the changes would be, like, everything. Amalgam's trying, but not very hard. When it's featured and it's automated, they have to manually do it, then one day it's the same featured. There's a default featured that if you fail to load the current one, it'll default back to the very first one from when the game came out, but they do change it manually. It is a thing that they swap out. I'm not sure if you were around for this, but we did have 1 week where there was a community featured run, fairly recently, where the community got to vote in the official server on what enemies, what bosses, and what rooms they wanted. If you like death, make sure you hydrate, Irish. Get a little food in you if you can, hydrate. I don't know about all the water I drank. You gotta keep trying to drink it slowly, but sip. Sip, 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 just a tiny bit. If you're losing fluids, especially if it's hot, like it is here, that's not a good thing. I wanted to melee you, sir. My dots are stealing shit. Hey, we got it. Oh yeah, containers in this room. I should look around. I only know the one. Okay, there's this one too. Where's the skull for you? You out there somewhere? Ah, you're here. Okay. Sir, please receive my melee. I got that one, got that one. Where's the third location? It might not be active. I don't actually know. Where's the third one? Is there a third one? I know some maps are inconsistent. Present it. Say my melee, please respond. It doesn't have a third? Okay. Hope they automate it one day for when the game doesn't get supported anymore. They eventually did that for the Maurice vendor in BL3. Basically, the way the Chaos Chamber vendors changed their selection every week, that started with a weekly rotating vendor in Borderlands 3, and eventually as support for that game slowed down, they did make it just a set rotation in the game that they didn't have to manually do anything for. So I totally see that eventually happening in this game. Back in that under area usually? Okay. See, for this one, I know one potential is here-ish. I think the skull spawns like right there. It's not there. This is the raid boss spawn. Yeah, I haven't bothered to learn some of these maps. So this is a good opportunity for me. The rune spawns RNG, they're specific to an encounter. So in the featured run, they are guaranteed. You will always, somewhere in the run, have all three of them. And because the featured is completely fixed, it'll be in the same rooms for the featured. For other runs, it's RNG whether or not you get one, but the spawn locations in each room are always fixed. It might be a different boss, but it's always fixed. So for example, in this particular room, the location is always right here on this rock, every time. It could be a different one, it could be not there at all, but yeah. It popped up. Usually one in the crevice. Yeah, there's one like here-ish. Let me do another run around. Ah, okay, one location's here. That one's convenient. Hey, Pointy Toes. How you doing? Sorry for hopping a bit later. Never have to apologize for that. Thanks for stopping by as you had the time. Is the one down here not active? Because I'm not seeing a lit up thing. Oh, whatchamafuck. Hey Paradox, how you doing? How many are on this one in the featured right now, chat? I got the one at the entrance. Is it just the one, or is this a 2 or a 3? Check the 2 other spots I know of and they aren't there? Okay. Only one? Cool. Thank you, thank you. This map. I also only know one spawn on this one. I know this one. I don't know the others. So I guess we'll have to look around. We'll look around while they're murdering Butt Stallion. I wish this quartz was there. Is Orknar's Cognitive good? Like, to be usable? Not sure about the Fireball. The Fireball is melee damage. Yeah, it's slam damage, which scales up with melee bonuses, I think. It's like fire / melee. It has a low base, so it's not really going to do any meaningful damage. But the good thing about the Vorkanar's Cog is that it's completely fixed parts. So there's no variance to worry about with it, meaning if you ever find yourself wanting an amulet that has a double roll of all damage, plus Clawbringer power, plus fire damage, then Vorkanar's Cog is a target farmable with those exact stats. That's the biggest strength of that item. It is completely fixed parts. I think it's just the one in this room you walk by where the other 2 would be. Okay. Hey Manigeek, how you doing? Favorite pie is chocolate coffee pecan pie, followed very closely by skillet apple pie. Both of those sound pretty good. I'd probably lean towards the skillet apple one myself because I am very basic at times, but that does sound good. Also, it's always good to see who reads the tweets. I appreciate you. I don't think it's worth 5 mil, thanks for explaining. Yeah, it's a good foot in the door gearing option. Favorite pie is cherry or apple. The classics. Cherry, apple, blueberry, like the most common 3, I think. But there's, of course, other great options. Sweet potato, pumpkin, key lime, lemon meringue. Never had a rhubarb pie. I'm not even entirely sure what a rhubarb is. I'm like aware of it. It's a weird tangent, sorry. Bonk, J-Bridge. Shepherd's pie? Are we counting that? I guess. It's a root that's almost entirely inedible before you cook with it. Once you do, it's sweet and delicious, goes extremely well with strawberries. Yeah, strawberry rhubarb is the pairing I've heard most of. Heard of most. whatever. Words are hard. Is there a third one on this map? There's default 3, I should assume. So I got that one, I got that one. Is it in the ship? No. Pumpkin pie is just dollar store sweet potato pie. Talk to him, Cub. Tell him the truth. I mean, that's true, but like, sweet potato pie is so high tier that even dollar store sweet potato pie is goated. Seen this week's new item yet? Yes. Any plans to find one? Yes. I am specifically wanting one with a claw grave one with points in blast gas. I would also accept a Wrath of Nature one for a different thing. Maybe reworking that thing. There we go. Ready to see the new item? DLC. It's a DLC 3 item. Currently only available from the wheel after you've completed Form 3 of Theodore. So it won't be popping up in any of these Chaos runs. Come on, Bark. Get over here. And maybe at an angle I can actually shoot your weak spot, please. Come on. Thank you. Off meta pies. Pie crafting. Pie theory crafting. What's the pie filling formula? Apologize for malding about this like twice week. Holy crap, I've gotten a meld. It's my first chaos run of the day. Way too many times. Just happened again. Yeah, I'm sorry. Fatal, that's... yeah. Yeah, no, I get just as mad about it. I do not enjoy fighting a Melta. It's not a pleasant experience. Pie idea, cherry key lime. I'd try it. I'd like it. Primordial with a spell damage part, spell charge. Status chance part isn't doing it any favors. Ascended Quaking Sunder with a spell charge. That's interesting. Shame it didn't get that third part slot, but whew. Taking that. Quaking Sunders are sick. Cherokee lime would be so good, also maybe a bit tart if you don't use maraschino cherries, but really good nonetheless. Yeah, the tartness would maybe be a part of the appeal, honestly. About mince pies, we like real food. We're not UK people, Brucey. Sorry. Love using a Fire Quaking Thunder to offset my Waster hand. Yeah. Cherokee lime is good, I can confirm. I've had a cherry limeade pie. Nice. Is pizza pie a pie? I want some pizza. What does pizza classify as? Like, as a type of food? Like how cereal is a soup, right? What's pizza? Rings you currently using? Open face sandwich? Pizza is a mammal. Okay. That implies you can milk pizza. Have you milked pizza, Stone Swan? Is there something you need to tell us? Hmm? Another side note. Mammals get pregnant. What else have you done with pizza? These are the rings I'm running. A mood ring with spell radius, melee crit damage, melee crit chance, primary stat melee, and then a silicone ring with primary stat melee, and I think that's a double roll. Yeah, of action skill duration. Both just volatile. Ah, sorry, I gotta go. Got 6 great balls already. They said to miss the great shoot off. Yeah, not yet, Kirk. Not yet. This means we can breed pizza. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole, or this pizza hole for that matter. Great bow. Great bow. Great bow. Great bow. That's 4. Stonks. What are you gonna do with all those great bows? I'm gonna put them all in one character and shoot them all at once. To see how many ascended used great bows we get. FBI agent just left the chat. Pizza hole is what got us in this mess in the first place. Fair. if we're discussing pizzas, remember that one Jackbox quiz, including the pizza cocktail? I think I repressed that one, Rabbit, I'm gonna be honest. Poor Sawmill, yeah. Starting to faint. Please take care of yourself, Irish. Just the great bows today? Yeah, pointy toes. That's the goal. That's the goal. Aw, I killed too many enemies. That's so sad. I killed too many enemies to get the Dragon Lord statue. Now I'm demotivated. Is she too good? Yeah. Yeah, I really should have turned away to hit the Dragon Lord statue there with the Banshee, because the projectiles are totally what did that. Missed twice, damn mushroom resets fire 3 to 4 times if it's fine. Yeah. Hey, Beaver, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's really generous. Thank you so much. If you got gifted a sub by Stuff Beaver, please show them some love in the chat if you don't mind. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much. Never in a million years did I think I'd be willing to share my money with group degenerates. Love you all. It's mutual, Beaver. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure having you around. Thank you for being you. It just doesn't work right. I can't eat certain things. The list keeps growing. I feel ya. I am not a person in fantastic health either. That's why you gotta prioritize taking care of yourself when you are able to. Control the things you can control. So, drink some fucking water. What is Beaver's origin story? Does it have taxidermy implications or other implications? Bonk. Directly to horny jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 bonk bucks. You don't deserve them. Stuff the beaver with loot. See, there you go. There you go. That's probably a crime. But, I guess, ideologically better? I don't know. I don't know anymore. Stop resisting my damage, Lucia. Go away. Probably animal abuse on many levels. Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. Other Quack is 3 emotes dedicated to horny bonk. Does it say about us? Wait, 3? Do I? What's the third one? Every time I see liquid cooling down, my heart hurts. Why? Gun's still good. Gun's still useful. I would like it to get its buff that they said they were going to give it. Just a small buff. But gun's still good. In fact, I'm actively looking out for liquid coolings to use. I still use it. Made to revisit it. Yeah, the thing is, it went from good in all situations type of gun to specific use case type of gun. Like, its whole thing is it still sustains better than almost any other gun in the entire game. It is a gun that you are very likely to never need to take a break from shooting, and it's got a good fire rate, fast projectiles, just does a lot of hits. So you lean into those. If the damage isn't feeling great, then you could always invest more into your pistol crit stuff. You could use soaked, more cryo bonuses in your setup. It can absolutely still be made to work. Now, generally speaking, it is frequently outclassed by some other pistols now, but it is still a good gun. Only one thing in this game has been nerfed to a point where I would say it is actually just not well off post-reduction, and that is the sawmill. That is the only thing. Need to go to Queen's Cry? Yeah, Queen's Cry is sick. For caster builds, it's a solid go-to. Queen's Cry and Throwable Hole are guns that do spell damage, so caster builds love them. Prefer to remain shrouded in mystery. Understandable. Rogue Imp is sad. Imp is still okay. It went from good to okay. But it didn't have the fall from grace that the Sawmill did, so I still don't count it personally. I do want to try out some Rogue Imp stuff, now that we have Fealty Oath Ring. Because those roll shots to break, and just for the memes, I want to see if an Imp with more shots to break works out to more DPS than an Imp with reload bonuses. It shouldn't, but I'm curious about it, so... Oh, sorry about Stallion. I legit forgot you existed. Rogue Limp Pain. Renegade Flaccid. heard of Renegades of Funk. How about Renegades of Junk? Really need a great basic rifle in this game. I don't think any of them feel very good to shoot. In the assault rifle category or in the sniper rifle category? There's nothing about throwable hold that tells me spell damage scales it. Yeah, it can feel a little arbitrary. The puddle ticks are gun damage, then the explosion is spell. It's kind of like, how are you supposed to know that without testing? And I guess the implication is you're supposed to test. So, I don't know. It does make me wonder if throwable hold needed the buff, though. If we had known that about it, like, would it have been viable without the buff? Assault rifle. Thinking. Bread Slicer is pretty decent if you can get the hang of using it. The DPS on it's pretty good. Same with the Donkey. I've heard good things about Thunder Anima. I haven't used it yet personally post buff though. Not necessarily buff, post it being able to be enchanted. Like I said, Rogue Imp is just like kind of okay. Hello? Scalawag, you wanna like... What is this? Hello? Bread Slicer, a knife? Ah, it's an assault rifle called the Bread Slicer. Well, I guess I'm not getting that skull. I'm just not gonna do that. Get it from the left, I'll do that next time. Wonder how they decided it should be gun damage hole and spell damage explosion. Gun damage hole threw me off. Like the meeting on that was just that being cheeky. Good question. Barrage and BL3 felt good. See, Barrage and BL3 represents to me something that I'm glad they didn't do in this game. And there's a lot of legendaries in Borderlands games that are just, hey, gun, but better stats. And like, no, we don't need that. I want legendaries to have unique effects. Barrage's only unique effect, other than better stats, was a slightly faster burst delay. That's it. I'm glad weapons and stuff have more unique identity in this game. Rate of arrows works on that. Ooh, good shout. Probably use something explosive in general. Hey, Snowspawn, thank you for the 16 months with the streak. I appreciate it. Thank you. Crit chance, cooldown, crit damage. Pretty good parts. I'll take that. This game's rated T. Can we not get a melee weapon? It's a skull on the end of a stick with mallet stats and red text reference to a hard NPC. The T rating hasn't really meaningfully affected anything in this game, Stump. Like Vesper goes on tangents about you getting crabs from pirates. There's a gun called the Rumpy Pumpy. Like, T rating hasn't affected shit. Damn, that was a big echo hit. What the fuck did that come from? Wait, I think I know exactly what that came from, actually. Damn, that bark kill. I know exactly what that came from. I shot the bark sigil. Barbalode. Hidden enemy. Echo. Can someone clip that? think both the boss and mini-boss are dedicated drops for Threads of Fate. Yeah, pragmatic. I'm thinking so as well. GameSuper's unchanged. The only change is the soda, no use fuck word. Yeah. Echo's the most powerful Fate Maker in the game. Powerful enough to get their own Marvel series. Contrary to popular belief, it's not about the comics character, it's just about the Wonderland's Hilt mod. So, now you know. Legendaries? Mod check? Hey Mox, how you doing? Good to see you. How goes it? Question? I may have an answer. If the question is if we can like hold hands or something, absolutely. But otherwise I may have an answer. I think the top 5 best legendary weapons. As much as it pains me to put it on there, Stab-O-Matic has to be in there. Thinking. Live Wire, White Rider, Sword Explosion. What will the last one be? Including melee, or just guns? It's 2 great bows. Just guns? Maybe Butterboom for that last one then, yeah. So, Stab-O-Matic, Butterboom, White Rider, Live Wire. What was the other one I said? Sword Explosion. I'd say those 5, if you had to pick 5 guns. Hey Ivan, how you doing? What's in the vendors this week again? You got Arcane Bolt in this one, you've got Diamond Gauntlets in this one, and then you've got Twin Soul in this one. There's another great bow. Is that 3? Are we 1 short? Did the game do me like that? I mess around with Butterboom. It's a non-elemental Ludite with more damage, basically. Hey, Beaver, thank you for taking care of Moxie. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mox, you know the deal. Enjoy the emotes and all that stuff. And again, good to see you. Moxie's content's been popping off lately across multiple games, and you love to see it. You love to see the homies succeed. I'm sure he needs no introduction, but like, if you haven't done the thing, go follow Moxie. Do the thing. Do the thing. Come back. Okay, I'm counting. I opened my inventory to count and forgot what I was doing immediately. Don't ever be me. By Stab-O-Matic, you think it's inherently good, like other set weapons wouldn't put it in top 5 simply because without a specific setup seems kind of meh? It is kind of meh without a specific setup, but you can apply that to a lot of things. So I don't know. Like, Livewire is also that kind of thing. Livewire is either very mediocre or busted OP, depending on what you do with it. So I don't know if that's necessarily a disqualifying factor, but if you just like treat Stab-O-Matic as a thing where you just don't do any shenanigans, like if you just built into melee and didn't touch the spell stuff with Stab-O-Matic, it's simply decent, but it still does things that you wouldn't get in that slot. Like, you've got the Universal Soldier tech. Do I have Universal Soldier? Yeah. For infinite ammo, which most guns can't do. And then, of course, the elephant in the room. If you got the Paradigm, you got the Buffmeister, you've got the Spellblade, Diamond Guard, Greed Warden, Goblin's Bane, all that weird stuff. So it's a potential-based pick there. If you're looking for things that just out of the box work well, then maybe Livewire and Stab-O-Matic wouldn't go on that list. Because, like, White Rider, for example, in contrast, is one of those guns that you just put it on build, it will be good. Sword Explosion, you put it on build, it will be good. Butterboom, you put it on build, it'll be good. So those three work that way. Ruby's Spite, you still have to get that first kill, but yeah, Ruby's Spite would be what I would replace with one of those with, I think. Because Ruby's is crazy. Crazy, crazy. So we need literally one more Great Bow. Just the one. I don't think the Ruby Spite worked as intended. It's hard to tell, because they nerfed it by 30% initially, right? It was like one of the first nerfs in that pistol week. It was like 29.7 or some shit. But then the alt fire mode is still giving 2.9 times damage, which is weird. And they've corrected the alt fire modes of a few other guns that either were getting more damage than they were supposed to or less. Like the Heckwaiter alt fire was getting more, and the Skeet Prod alt fire was getting less. And they fixed both of those. So I don't know if Ruby's is intended, but like, even without that 2.9 times damage buff, you could probably still get Ruby's to a point where it's insane. It would just then go in that area of needing a lot of investment, because you would then need to make up that loss of damage, but there still wouldn't be any other guns that auto-aim entire maps for you like that. Or at least not many other guns. Accidentally using the primary fire mode for Rubies still clear my way through C50 normal with few difficulties. There you go. So I think even if they address the alt fire mode, if the primary fire mode is still doing that well, it still belongs on the list. It's 2.9, it's 2.8 or 2.9. Something in that range. I always forget which. But yeah, the alt fire is just a really big damage boost for no reason. Sheesh, yeah. Sheesh indeed. Liquid cooling still qualifies out of the box good? I would say no. Because, so it's Cryo. Cryo used to have a damage advantage in just base stats. Throwing elemental matchups out for a moment. It doesn't anymore. It also got an individual tuning, and it's now pretty ammo inefficient, so you have to build into that aspect of it if you intend to use it as a primary weapon. Compare that to the rest of the pistol class, where you don't really need to worry about ammo at all unless you're like gluttony chucking. And then you've also got it's just competing against a bunch of DPS powerhouses in its weapon class that are less conditional. Like, stack an auto magic up next to a liquid cooling, and liquid cooling requires a build to beat out the auto magic, and even then, that build would also benefit the auto magic, so it's still questionable if it's, like, better in a blanket majority of situations. I'd still prefer liquid cooling for bossing over auto magic, but that's only one kind of situation, you know? So maybe not out of the box anymore for liquid cooling. I suppose a candidate for the list is Queen's Cry, because spellcaster builds are so popular and it's so good on those. If you want something more clear-cut than, like, Stab-O-Matic Livewire, Queen's Cry could go on there. Gearbox has been good on communicating with us what is, what isn't intended, so I think if the Rubisoid is bugged, they would have said something probably. I mean, keep in mind, Bad Egg just kind of suddenly got its hidden bonus removed. They told us why, like, it was never supposed to have that, like, okay. But, how do we know Ruby's fight isn't the same? And it just, they haven't gotten to it yet, you know? No Con or Great Bow? Con is still extremely ammo inefficient. It's a situational use case gun, but I wouldn't put it in like a top 5 anything. Great Bow I absolutely love. It would be up there. I don't know about top 5, but it would be up there. It's definitely one of the strongest guns. I just don't know if it's that high up. Because you do have to do specific things. There's guns you can use that are just good. Going back to White Rider again. That gun is just good. You don't need to do much specific with it other than shoot it, and it's good. With the Great Bow, it's a bit crit dependent. You're going to want to have some bonuses that favor more infrequent instances of damage, such as Amp. Having an Amp melee weapon does a lot for that weapon's viability, whereas having an Amp kills for, say, a White Rider barely does anything. You know, when you're trying to quantify weapons by anything like best, you need to settle on a metric, and a good, reliable one is just a proportion of ease of use to power, if that makes sense. Bad Egg makes me sad now. Yeah, me too. So we're running a Deathless build, and it's a nice reason to try out not Body Rune. Awkward thing about Body Rune is that it's so strong, even on Deathless builds, it's still a great pick because of everything else it does. Like, sure, the heal is no longer useful to you, but it's got decent raw capacity. It can roll with a health part, which Deathless loves. It's got the fire bonus element on kill, and then it's got the Spirit Rune effect while you stand still. Like, Body Rune just does so much. You were gonna say that. Yet another Body Rune W. Can't avoid them. They're too common. I really want to like the Bolt Lash, it just doesn't seem to have the damage. If I ever get an Ascended one, I'll mess around with it properly, but I'll grab that one just because Spell Charge, Extra Projectile, Primordial is, like, decent. Using Trick Mirror. Trick Mirror is great too, yeah. I like that one. Trick Mirror, Mace Wardu are fun picks for Deathless. Does Bolt Lash not work with Barbalode? I'm told it does, but remember, Barbalode only gives you what you put in. So, like, you still need to be doing big damage for Barbalode ricochets to be big. And giving up your spell slot for Bolt Lash means you're locking down your hand for a long period of time. which can affect your other methods of dealing damage, and the spell itself won't be hitting very hard at all. Like, why do that when I could Inflammation Scalawag? Need some build advice? What kind of build, Beaver? I can jump, I promise. I'd like to see some shield changes, getting bored using the same 4-ish on my builds. DLC 2 shields a very nice addition. Lich's Augur? Yeah. I've been mixing it up a little bit. Used a bit of Mace Wardu, a bit of Trick Mirror, but pretty much most of my builds is just like either purple triple lamp or body rune or Gooses or Trick Mirror or Wardu, so that's 5 different ones I use. I used to use Bad Egg, no longer really have a use case for that on most of my builds. I want to do some Transistor stuff, so I'm vaguely keeping an eye out for those. Tried out Lovestruck Bow for bolts at all? No, but I've heard good things. I've heard good things. Having trouble getting my Catatumbo set up to C50. Was thinking of getting a Barbalode, switching Cape of Tides for an Amnesia, and using Tiebreaker for Soak before going to Spell Kill, Extra Projectile, and Gun Enchant. I think that'll help a lot. Looking for any other advice. Classes Frost Shivers, Super Cap with that. Yes. It all sounds like good stuff. It all sounds like good stuff. I support all those build changes. Amnesia is going to be awkward from the Shadows, though, for a gun build. You're not going to often be in a position to benefit much from that. So, like, turning on the Amnesia's effect is going to be tough. There's going to be some bosses where you just have the ability to kind of do it at will. Like, you can just take one skull from Waster, or dunk your toe in Drill's bathwater. Something you do lose, though, with doing that kind of Amnesia approach is the Vibing enchant on wards. It's 25% conditional damage on gun, and 25% conditional damage on crit, meaning if you crit with a gun, you get 50%. As a Frost Shiver, you already have the old ways, so it is additive with that, but it's still a very big bonus for a category that's generally hard to get boosts to, if you're not doing Spellblade nonsense. And with From the Shadows, you'd be getting it on every single shot, as long as your health is full. So maybe Amnesia might not be the play. This time and balance could work. I would just kind of not pay too much attention to what your armor is, and just look for the skills and stats. Doing Frost Shiver with a Catatumbo, in terms of what skills would benefit you. Getting more points in Exploit Their Weakness would help. Getting more points in the old ways would help. Iron Skull wouldn't do too much. Getting more points in Instinct might help, because you're reloading often. pistol you using? I like the look and I really enjoy crossbolts too. I'm using a Scalawag, hi guy. It is my most used weapon in this game at this point, honestly. Non-unique Skulldugger pistol. Scalawags are great because they can roll in any element. They can get between 1 and 3 projectiles. With the ×2 variant, you can also get a 25% blade. So this is just 25% more melee damage simply for holding the gun. And it can have either kind of crossbolts. The melee crossbolts are really good for melee builds, so I run that on this. It's just a really good tool to have. This one's cryo, so it's building up damage for Berserker's Icebreaker skill. And if I ever fully freeze anything, then obviously I get that melee multiplier as well. It's putting a lot of shots downrange because 2 projectiles per shot at almost a 5 base fire rate is pretty good. Scalawag bullets are homing as well. It's another win for it. Just a solid, reliable tool. I use it in both of my melee builds. Actually just found a purple primordial armor for my Executioner with +3 to awe and 25% all damage. Probably not gonna find a replacement anytime soon. Yeah, this Amnesia I just randomly got on like day 1 of Chaos 50, day 2 of Chaos 50, and I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to replace it. The skills aren't ideal. Obviously I'm not a Clawbringer. So like Rebuke and Oath of Thunder are wasted here, but the passives on this are absolutely absurd. For an ascended armor. Like, the only way the stats on this could have been better is if that all damage was something else. But like, I don't know what I would want. I guess melee damage? Missed all the things you said? Oh, okay. Scalawag. It's a non-unique Skulldugger pistol. Can roll in any element, can get 1 to 3 projectiles. With the ×1 and ×2 variant, you can also get a 25% blade that's 25% melee damage for holding it. And the melee crossbolts that you can get down here are very, very powerful for melee builds. Crossbolts are fresh multipliers in their respective damage formulas. The ones that just say damage are for guns. Only for guns, kind of misleading, but is what it is. The ones that say melee damage are for melee. So any melee damage you do is increased by these bolts. And mine is cryo, so it helps me build up my Berserker's Icebreaker skill. I use a Fire Scalawag on my Ghostblade setup, and I use a Cryo Scalawag on my this setup. And they're very nice to have. Love to potentially change the multi-class for the build. Having trouble giving up FTS. Don't think it's the best route because of proccing on-hit effects of the Chatatumbo. Yeah, FTS Chatatumbo would be good. There's always that extra FTS duration on reload enchant you could put on it, which could give you a little bit of extra time. If you're a Frost Shiver, then you're probably going for Berserker Capstone, so that's already giving you extra time. But that would be a way of getting more time on bosses, and what you could always do is for the first couple kills, use that, and then just switch to a second Chatatumbo without that enchant. It's like a spellcast damage dealt or something more. Twitch auto ads, it's so stupid. Because Twitch likes money. As creators, we have a couple options. We can turn off ads for subs, so that's a reason to subscribe for people into that. And I, of course, have that enabled, so no ads for subs. But for non-subs, I have to either choose between you roll a bunch of ads at the beginning of the stream, or you run scheduled ads throughout the stream. And speaking from personal experience, it's a huge turnoff for me. Anytime I go to check out a new stream, and I'm immediately met with an ad, I just often lose interest. I'm like, I didn't care that much anyway. So I choose to do scheduled ads instead of re-rolls. And because I believe in transparency, I'm also running extra ads this month for the scheduled blocks because I'm getting more money for doing so due to an incentive Twitch is running for partners. Morning, Zank. How you doing? Started rocking a melee build similar to yours, and now I'm addicted. Hey, let's go. One more for the melee gang. Love to see it. And Pragmatic, thank you for taking care of High Guy. I appreciate it. Quag is on his hoe phase for July. It's true. It's true. In the maker today? Hadn't planned on it. I'm not gonna give a hard no because it's like not a. I'm specifically not, but I just hadn't planned on it. How much for me to drop the select amnesia on the floor? Do I hear 50k bits? Or like 500k bits. I can tank a bark hit. I didn't know I could tank a bark hit at that low HP on this build, but cool. That's good info to have. Genuinely. Go back and rewatch the VOD to hear about the pistol. Thanks for taking time to try to explain it. Yeah, sorry if it got cut off for you, High Guy. Good morning, Cavell. How you doing? Melee build? Yes. Yes. I play a lot of melee in this game. Of my 3 builds I have at C50, 2 of them are melee. I have this one, which is applying a bunch of fire and crossbolts and then going to town with a greatsword. And then I have my Ghostblade melee build. This is currently my favorite build to play.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Good morning. Melee build?
Thank you again, Cavell. I've been running a greatsword setup like this in Clawstalker. The durability difference is pretty staggering. It's a ton of fun. So, is it a lot squishier on Clawstalker Trade Secret? I imagine because no healing and less damage reduction. Oh, we're asking for 1 great bow. Tell me more, which character mix today? This is Frost Chipper. So we go down to Executioner's Blade for Stabomancer, and we just go to Relentless Rage for Berserker. Berserker tree is here for support. It's giving us damage formula, giving us a lot of tank. The tank in particular helps out a lot. As you see, we're tanky enough that I took a hit from Bark and didn't die on C50. Without any, like, active healing. I'm just passively that tanky. So that's cool. Executioner's Blade is here because our Inflammation spell and our gun are capable of critting to trigger it, so we get just extra hits of melee damage while we multitask. Alchemical Agent is, as usual, just a really good source of damage. Big melee hits equal big dots from the shadows, make those crit, and Contagion spreads it around and stuff. It's just big damage. Using a combo of Inflammation, Barbalode, and Wailing Banshee to do a lot of damage across an area. And because we have lots of dot damage happening and Barbalode happening, we build up a lot of Echo, so we can get some pretty big hits in with that melee weapon from time to time. Fun setup. Claw Stab Executioner's Blade build C35. Nice, Sora. No healing outside body rune. Need to get a vampire health and melee bunny's rude. No unarmored defense as well. No unarmored defense. Yeah, that's a big thing. That's a big thing. Ah, there's the great bow. There it is. 74, chat. We did it! Alright, I'll spend the rest of these on melee. Since Ghostblade is melee damage, should it trigger stuff in your melee weapon, like on melee get action cooldown rate? No. Those hilt mods only trigger when you actually swing. You need to do this to get those. So Echo, Amp, Vampire, you gotta do this for that. There's a few passive, unique hilt mod effects that apply to all melee, but those are the exception and not the rule. You've got the Spellblade's damage bonus to melee things. That applies to anything that's melee. The Diamond Guard's elemental conversion applies to anything that's melee. The Goblin's Bane damage to high HP enemies applies to anything that's melee. And the Greed Warden's bonus melee damage for how full your ward is applies to all melee. It's just those things. Any other hilt mod does not affect anything that isn't a swing. Just C50 spell shot with AAA spike. Popular setup. Effective. Builds are pretty similar. Only big difference is I prefer the purple matcher for my melee builds. Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. Definitely gets the same job done. Use a repeating cast, chaining arc torrent for Executioner's Blade. Oh, works decently well. That sounds fun. Do I have a fire primordial? I think I already do. Pick it up anyway, because I'm not sure. Okay, so now, put the rest of the great bows in the bank, and then we'll go over to the character, and we're gonna do the great bow shoot-off. Want to fire laser hand build certain boss fights that lack suit resist issues? You could just run the same build, and then swap out gear as needed. So like your ice spike build would be perfectly fine for that. You just swap out gear when relevant. So like against fleshy enemies, use the laser hand. Against bone enemies, use the ice spikes, and you're all good. Have been at the moment. I think you're doing things right then. It's happening, everybody stay calm. I'm even gonna, like, back up this save. So that I can just do this again if I ever want to. I gave him a cute little hat, see? Any hilt mod work with Stab-O-Matic? Just the same ones that I mentioned, Horseman. Only those four. Greed Warden, Spellblade, Diamond Guard Sword, Goblin's Bane. Only those. None of the others. "24-hour stream is 24 hours of shooting great bows." Will tempt me. What about Spellblade with Buffmeister? What about it? We doing it? Yes, sir. Okay. It's me making a copy of this save. Prediction for number ascended? Oh, we can do that. We can do that. Okay, so what we're about to do is we're going to shoot 74 antique great bows. Now, each time you shoot an antique great bow, the first shot breaks it, turns it into a used great bow. Now, used great bows have 10% of the damage of an antique great bow of the same chaos tier. But because it's functionally considered a new item by the game, it recalculates everything about it except for the parts, which are locked, and the element, which transfers over. So, if I shoot a non-chaotic dark magic ascended great bow that's level 20. It can turn into an ascended level 40 dark magic used great bow. So we're gonna see how many ascended we get. Let me start a prediction for this. Okay, you guys got 2 minutes to bet on this. 2 minutes. What's a great bow? This gun. This gun right here. Gotta grab some snacks. Grabbing some popcorn. Yeah. So, your prediction options are 0, 1 to 5, 6 to 9, nice, 10 plus, and ratio. Ratio is just the meme, but you can bet on how many you think I'll get. Now, 10 plus is like not happening, no way, right? Because 0.99% chance of ascended. So out of 74, statistically, we'll likely get 1. Likely. But you never know. So I gave you a few options. 10 plus sounds like some major quagium. Yes. If you guys have enough interest in this, I can post this great bow save in the Discord if you want to shoot some great bows yourself. I just have to touch it up a little bit, but yeah. Please do that. Maybe. These are all free-range, organically farmed 74 great bows. Be glorious. Yeah, I can maybe post that. Boosting your loot luck increase your chances? No, because it doesn't affect chaos tiers. I'll always be getting a great bow, and loot luck just increases your chances of getting a drop, so it wouldn't do anything. But I like the thought there, Taylor. Good suggestion. Alright, it's time. I have the 2 Ascended ones I have favorited. We're gonna do those last to see if we can go Ascended to Ascended. But I'm just gonna shoot all of the other ones at once. Like, I'm not even gonna look. I'm just gonna shoot them and then drop them on the ground as I do them. Ready? Alright, here we go. Primordial. Actually, I'm not going to drop them on the ground. I was going to drop them, but that'd be hell to sort through. So, just swap them out like this. Where's the used ones? I'll figure it out. This is more awkward than I thought it would be. Because the inventory sorting is awkward. Like, they don't... I guess they change item score? Kind of. Just drop and you look at each and pick them up. Knowing me, my game would crash. So, no thank you. You're gonna have to drop them? No! I don't wanna. Dragon Lord watching you shooting the air like a lunatic. Yeah, he's gotta be like, what the hell is happening? This is the schmuck that bested me. I feel like the higher tier gear diversity is lagging Little Wonderlands. That's not the case at all, the Succulent Sage. I don't know how to tell you in any more certain terms than that. That is not the case at all. I would encourage more experimentation and learning what makes your builds tick more if you're having that problem. There is lots of diversity in what you can use in this game. It is actually kind of on the absurd side. You can make almost anything work. For example, you have a lot of people running around saying you can only use pixies at C50. I absolutely hate pixies, and I do not use them at all. You'll have people saying you can't melee on C50. 2 of my 3 builds that I've played at C50 are melee, and do quite well. Some of my favorite guns to use in this game, sniper rifles, which you'll have a lot of people say are bad. They're not. Got like 25 Strands of Fate spells in a row, want something else? Are you farming the featured? Because both of the bosses in the featured have that as their dedicated drop, and have increased dedicated drop rates. So, like, that's the game working as intended. Both? Yes, both. It's getting a little awkward to scroll my inventory. Still got a bunch to go. Where are they? There they are. What are you doing now? I'm confused. The antique great bow. When you shoot it, it breaks and turns into a used great bow. And used great bows have 10% of the damage of the original. But 10% of the strongest gun in the game is still a big number. So, we're going for ascended used great bows. And the reason why that is possible through this method is because when an antique great bow turns into a used antique great bow, the game considers a different item, meaning it can roll whatever chaos tiers I have available. Meaning I can shoot all these great bows, and each time I shoot one, I have a chance at it being ascended. So, I collected 74 great bows, and I am now shooting 74 great bows. Also, is there a bad legendary SMG? No. The worst they are is mediocre. You'll have Wizard's Pipe and Boreas Breath are just kind of like, okay. But all the other ones are at least good. Range from good to fantastic. There's very few bad guns in this game. Probably name them on one hand, honestly. Feel the opposite about those two SMGs? Ah, you've had good experiences with those? See, there you go. So even saying, like, they're mediocre, it is a subjective thing, because like with most things in this game, you can build into things and make them work. Some things are just going to be objectively higher ceiling than others. I would say those have lower ceilings, but you can absolutely get them to the point where they're shredding for you. There you go. Glad you've had good experiences with those soggy briskets. Are we almost through all the great bows? Make sure I didn't miss any in here. Oh, got these two. Okay, last two. We're shooting our ascended ones last. Out of ammo. That's funny. Oh, I accidentally just sold all of them. Ha, that's funny. But there were no ascended in there, so. Yeah, there were no ascended. I was looking at the values. We got 0. I went to buy ammo and I used the wrong vendor, but that's fine. So we got... Oh, there's one left. Yeah. Volatile. Too late a few minutes. We could do it again. You know what? Let's do it again. You want to see it again? Famous read only? Nah, I just actually physically copied the save. I don't want to lose this. Not find out it's predetermined? It's not. I've tested that before. Can we try the drop method this time, see which way is better? Sure. So, we got 74 great bows again. Do I have max sniper SDs in this character? I think I do. Round 2, fight. Another prediction for us believers? Yeah, you know what? We'll run another prediction. We'll see how this goes. I'll adjust the ranges. So we'll go 0, 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, and ratio. Alright, there you go, if you want to gamble on that. What are we trying to get? When you shoot an antique great bow, it turns into a used antique great bow. And because the game considers it a different item, it recalcs chaos tier. So we are hoping for, see, this is an ascended antique great bow. It is not guaranteed that this stays ascended. In fact, it is very unlikely. So we're trying to turn any of these 74 that I have into ascended used great bows. Yeah, need to back up to save again? Already did. Hey, Deadly Pants, how you doing? Have faith. That makes one of us. Save edit? What do you mean save edit? Time to double down, doubters. So there's a keybind for drop directly from hands, right? Is that a thing in this game? I always forget. End. Okay. Cool. Can you go to Chamber Gate? I want to show you thing. No person I don't know. I'm not going to derail my stream for some vague thing. You can tell me the thing, and maybe I'll check it out, but no. 60k damage is insane? Yeah. Take me far too long to get one since I can't use save files console. Well, I didn't save edit these. I farmed 74 great bows on stream. That's what that counter is. I farmed that over the course of like 3 to 4 streams. So it took me a while too. Not trying to complain or get help. Internet's so unstable and barely able to watch streams. Just want to say love this community and try to watch support as long as I can. I appreciate it, Will Pat. And I hope your situation resolves. Thank you so much for the kind words and for being here. I appreciate it. So, it is time. We'll do the drop method this time. Hopefully they don't fall through the floor or anything. Do I rebind that to something more convenient to me? Nah, it'll be fine. The flag that hangs in the air is 7 colors, the one on the floor is 6 colors. Neat. That's interesting. Thank you for sharing. faster to dump them all, pick up one, and drop it again somewhere else. What? Frost River to Chaos 50 ran through 7 DLCs up until like 6 a.m. Ugh. Get some sleep if you didn't already. And maybe even if you did get more. Just drop it, dude, now? I'm dropping it so I can sort through them easier. And I didn't shoot that one, or that one. There we go. Sounds tickle my brain. I can't hit the button too fast or it doesn't shoot. Every gun's now inferior. On vacation, so it's no biggie, and just got some Jamaican food to take home. Curry goat. Ooh, that sounds good. Ooh, 4 non-chaotics. Yikes. At this point, you just gotta keep doing it until you get one. Yeah. 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 It's fun. I like this. I'm gonna need ammo in a minute. New people are gonna be like, what the fuck is he doing? I really should have made a command to explain this whole thing, but oh well. I didn't shoot that one. The fuck are you doing? I am shooting antique great bows. They break after you fire them once. I'm shooting them and then dropping them because I'm trying to get ascended used great bows. Basically, after you shoot the great bow once, it changes into a different item. When it changes, it recalculates chaos tier because it's a different item. So, I farmed up 74 great bows, you can see above my head right there. And we are now shooting them all. And then our last two, the Ascended Antiques. Alright. Primordial. Non-chaotic, 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 volatile, chaotic. decent amount of primordials, but I already have several primordials from doing this at C35 one at a time. Every time I got a great bow at C35, I just shoot it, and eventually I did get primordials of each element for use in gun builds. Ascended! Let's go! That's one. And it's fire, too. Let's go. So we got one. So far in, what, 2 sets of 74, we've gotten one Ascended. The one true great bow to rule them all. Did I have two? I had two unused ones. Remember, the Chaos tier doesn't transfer over, Cavell. That's why we can turn a non-chaotic into an Ascended, but an Ascended can also turn into a non-chaotic. Is a specific thing for the Great Bow? Yes. This is the only gun that does this. You side-by-side it with a Primordial? Yeah. And versus a non-chaotic, we can do that as well. Pretty big gap there. Interesting enough, you could have farmed them all on Chaos here and swapped to Chaos 50 for shooting them. Not only that, you could farm them at any character level before shooting them. I could have a level 20 Great Bow, and it'll update level when I shoot it, because it's a different item. The only thing that transfers over is the element. So don't understand, you're just abusing a glitch? No. This is how the gun works. The entire gimmick of the Antique Great Bow is that it has the highest damage of any gun in the entire game. The highest damage. It is the biggest damage number gun. But you shoot the gun one time, and then it breaks and turns into one of these. A used Ascended, or a used Antique Great Bow. Which is 10% of the damage. And it even makes fun of you. If you look at the red text, it says, "What a pity." The game's being like, "Ha, you broke it." And even if you look at the gun visually, if you look at the scope, it's right behind the text, but you see there's a crack in it, you're physically breaking the gun by shooting it. But because of how Chaos tiers work in this game, any item in this game can roll as a Chaos tier. This even includes moon orbs. If you get close enough to a moon orb without picking it up, you can look at it, and sometimes they have Chaos tiers. It's funny. But because the game considers the used Great Bow a different item than the original, I have a chance to roll these Chaos tier things. So that's why I'm shooting so many. Because I'm going for this 0.99% chance at Ascended. Randy said on Twitter the Great Bow is a troll. So, no glitch. Just taking advantage of how the item works. Now, the cool thing about the used Great Bow is despite it being a joke item, this damage value, think about how big these numbers are. 867 times 7. That's a lot of damage. Now keep in mind, it's also got crit multiplier from its parts. Hyperius weapons have a hidden crit multiplier, and sniper rifles have a hidden crit multiplier. So you have a really good crit formula with this. It's 7 shots, it has fast projectiles, only 2 ammo per shot, which is one of the more efficient sniper rifles. It's a good gun. How much money is the unbroken character worth? Ooh, good question. You got 1 out of 148. Where's that 0.99%? I'll say that way and not break it anymore. Correct. I can shoot this one as much as I want. See? It's not changing anymore. This is just the gun now. So I'm gonna put away this this used one. The ascended one. That's fun. So happy with how that went. That was a good time. Now, I do want to do a different farm. Excuse Ghostblade. Did I do Fyodor 3 on this character on stream? Does anyone remember? Like the drop method? Me too. It's satisfying to pick up the loot off the ground. Once used, it's always used, like my life. Oof. I believe so? Okay. Thank you. So, means it's time to soul farm. So what someone else is saying is drop all 74, pick one up, shoot, drop, turn to other pile, shoot, drop. Oh, it's to put all the unused ones on the ground and pick them up one by one. I guess that's another way you could do it, yeah. It's nice to go by little clumps, though. I don't know. That way no menuing? Yeah. Yeah. If I do it again, that'll probably be how I do it. Good shout. Like the little piles. Something about that is just nice. Fast travel, please work. I don't know why my Dreamvale Overlook fast travel sometimes just decides to not function. Power prediction? Ah, I should do that. Thank you, thank you. There we go. Actually happens to me too sometimes. Yeah, it's quite annoying. At least the walk there isn't very long. Just one extra load screen. Hammer Throne, Door Fuse, and Smithy's Iron, Judgment, Hammer and Anvil. Sounds fun. Thematic. I like it. Missed the Great Bow Grand Finale. We got one thermal. Out of 148 Great Bows, we got one. This is a good shield, if anyone's not familiar. It's one of the very few items that still can't be enchanted, but if not the only one, actually. But it's really, really strong. I use it on a rocket launcher build. Left with 61 channel points, but the rest were points well spent or poorly spent. I'm not good at gambling. Yo, same. And she got Ascended in the vendor yesterday. Let's go, Pinky. Ascended in vendor is always a good feeling. Deuces with an enchant would be cracked. It'd be so good. People still have channel points? Some people had quite a lot. Gotta eat now? Sounds good. It's Akata. Do your thing. Good feeling until it costs 6 billion gold. Mood. Oh yeah, I'm trying something out. Normally I'm running a Storm Claw, so lightning conversion. But I'm trying out a Tiger Claw. Because it's higher chaos here. One fewer point in awe, and I lose the claw debuff for my lightning damage. But I think fire might end up being more favorable. So I'm experimenting at the moment. Ascend is great, even the lame White Rider bought us laughter and joy. True. Tigers don't even fire though? You don't know that. Went from just over 400k to 86k for the people, now to build back up with a series of cursed tweets. For a series of cursed tweets? Ugh. Pain. Suffering. Do what you need to. So this is my favorite spot to soul farm. And my current farming goal, if my game would, like, run, my current farming goal is I want a Tyrant's Truth armor with good stats and either points in Blast Gasp or points in Wrath of Nature. Tyrant's Truth? Tyrant. Tyrant. Tyrant, 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 tyrant. I like how I'm getting the challenge for slaying foes with shotguns at close range. Yeah, clearly, close range. Knockback is so annoying. My ass is full of stars. The pan ass, love to see it. Graveborn Spore spell build. That's the loose plan pragmatic. Either Grave Spore or Grave Claw. I'm leading Grave Spore because the way the skill tree is looking, I have 10 points for the second class. 10 points in Spore gets me some ability damage. 10 points in Claw just gets me more elemental damage. Wish Stab-O-Matic would use with the blunt melee weapon would do the funk sound. That'd be so nice. If you have a pan equipped, it just does the pan sound, but layered fucking 14 times. Oh, that'd make me so happy. Bonk, 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 bonk. Yes. Love that melee weapon added. It's a carnival squeaky hammer. Yes. Please. Novelty drumstick, the Dragon Lord mentions the right hook at the beginning. Yeah, that'd be cool. I want Brick's saxophone as a melee weapon. Call it the Saxon violence. Love some more bard weapons? Yeah. Like how we have Torque's loot? Exactly. Sorry, what am I watching? I'm doing a soul farm right now. So inside of the DLCs, enemies drop souls, which are a currency you use for the Wheel of Fate, which is a way of getting, currently the only way of getting some of the DLC gear. There's a DLC item I want to farm, so my only way of doing that is going into the wheel. So what I'm doing is, I'm in part of DLC 3's mission, where these enemies spawn infinitely if you don't progress. So I'm killing these big ones. These are the ones dropping the souls. The little ones just spawn from them. That's why I have the ghost blade at my feet. So I'm just killing these, and then picking up the souls periodically. You can farm this, with setups I've used on stream to farm this, you can farm this at a rate of up to about 3,000 an hour. I have a build idea for farming it even more efficiently, but I haven't put that together yet. But yeah, at about 3,000 per hour, and one wheel spin is 25 souls, so very efficient. Build is this. This is my Ghost Blade build, Duct Tape Genius. I'm currently using a Stab-O-Matic on it, which is not something I frequently do, but I'm just doing it for farming purposes here. It's a Claw Stalker Ghost Blade setup. I bonk an enemy to set up some Snake Sticks, and those will be doing some damage for me. They count as melee damage, they have ranged attacks, and you can have 3 of them at once, so they're quite good. So I've got those set up, while I have my Ghost Blade doing another thing, while I'm doing another thing. Deals lots and lots of melee damage, at all ranges. Other people have fun with Bark and seem to get a non-bad frozen orb. I love Bark. We killed Bark in 3 attacks this stream. That was a good time. Like, we just hit 3 weak spots and he died. It was fun. Contrary to what reason would tell you, melee builds are extremely strong against Bark. Because the damage dealt to him from hitting his weak spot when he exposes it during an attack is it's melee damage. So your melee formula boosts it. And it gets things like your Oath of Thunder. It can apply dots with Alchemical Agent if it crits. Stuff like that. It gets the benefit of your Spellblade if you have one equipped. Also Spellblade, yeah. Have a go Bark with melee? Yeah, you can. One-shot Salissa's second phase yesterday, no idea how. Salissa's main tankiness, pragmatic, is the fact that she resists lightning. She's not actually very tanky at all. So you can do a lot of damage to her. And she doesn't have a guaranteed immunity between her phases. She will just go to move to, like, start the immunity thing, but you can kill her before she does it. How much character balance do you think will take place when they release Blightcaller? I don't think they need to do much. Like, all classes are viable right now. Sure, there's things we'd like to see adjusted about each class, but they're all viable. They don't need to do much, so I doubt they will do much. Like 20 million damage, this list is done. I think Deadshot throwable hold. Do it very easily. My greatsword build I was playing on stream can do that as well. Lots of builds can do that. The main thing with Salissa is getting through the ward and then just having something remotely good that deals fire damage in your set. Laser Hand is quite good on her. Very popular spell right now. Very, very good. Hitting Salissa's crit spot though. Easier said than done, yeah. I think your Wonderland's addiction is contagious. Chat, you gotta stop. We'll all start having fun. That's been my plan the whole time. Bonk, Sora. Bonk. This isn't a FromSoft game. We do not loot the snake ladies. Maybe it was just weird because it felt exactly like a pre-change contagion. My back was turned since I didn't see what it was. I like we're showcasing an interesting mix of things on stream today. There's some good featured Did the Great Bow thing. Showing a good soul farm. I like that there's so much to do in this game. You just always do something different. After this Ghost Moon ends, I'll grab souls again. Soul farm's goated in 15 minutes or so, I get around 800 souls. Yeah, it's really good. I want to see how efficient I can go, like, max efficiency. We might at some point do another, just like 1 hour stream of, not 1 hour stream, 1 hour farm on stream. Just uninterrupted soul farming. I want to make a specific build for that, though. Gonna using this is a Stab-O-Matic. It is melee damage. It's a melee build, so it's just gonna scale the best with the bonuses I have on right now. It is available from this DLC. So yes, I farmed this DLC so I could farm this DLC. Quick Sunder's here for shaking out the ground troops. Yeah, with what spell cooldown? Also what Lacosia said. These will weaken the adds, sometimes outright kill them, and heal me. And block projectiles from ranged enemies. Where do I find the DLC entrance, or where do I have to go to find them? So you go to Dreamvale Overlook in the overworld. It is located right next to the Moolah Shrine, the green shrine. It's right there. Once you've been in Dreamvale Overlook once, you can, unless the game bugs out, you can just fast travel there. And then once you're inside there, you need to speak to Vesper, and she'll go through a little intro spiel of dialogue. She'll introduce you to the wheel. And then you'll be able to pursue any of the mirrors that you own. Thank you, you're very welcome. I wonder what the class combos with Light Collar would be called. Oh yeah, those would be interesting. Yeah, we'll get a bunch of cool named stuff. I hadn't even thought about that. Blightcaller Gravemoorn's just gonna be called Edgelord. No, even better. It's just gonna be called Hot Topic. That's it. probably be called William, maybe another called Ethel. Ah, understandable. I'm gonna say something cursed here. Blastomet's favor would make this farm better. Ruby's fight would make this farm better? Yeah, my fingers are already fucked. I don't need to make them worse. Which Legos only drop from Wheel of Fate? Any from DLCs that you have not completed the 4th form of that boss. So, for example, Theodore 4 isn't out yet. So, DLC 3 stuff is currently only available from the wheel until next Thursday. At which point you will have to defeat Theodore Form 4 on that character, and then it will go into your World Drop pool. This will apply to any, this will apply to DLC 2 as well, if you have personally not beaten Imelda 4. Fragment Rain plus Marshmallow makes this really, really easy. Yeah. That would be good here too. I'm personally thinking Blizzard, Blood of the Fallen is like the easiest way of doing this. Because Blizzard would go seek out enemies, and then enemies killed would give Blizzard more duration. You can just sit here. Even Ski Prod. Ski Prod would be good here, with Barbalode. Yeah. Depends on how far it changes. That's pretty good range. The problem is, like, the enemies are weak enough that, you just want something that hits more. It's less about the damage and more about how much it hits. You only need damage for the big guys, and you don't need much. How are we doing on souls? Not a bad haul so far. I'll have to look at that once I'm safer. Okay, that might be enough for now. Just make sure I got all the souls, actually. Okay. You just sit here? No, sir, you take that back. It's not the quad that I know. Yeah, that doesn't sound like me, does it? Well struck bow with Barbalode, also good combo for this, especially one with multiple charges. Ooh, sounds like it. How full does the floor need to be to turn your computer monitor into a... Can't speak. Need coffee. Hang on. Take 2. 1 second. How full does the floor need to be to turn your computer into a jet engine? Not very. My PC's very old. That's why I'm getting the bag this July right now. Because I need to replace it. That's why I'm running extra ads, doing extra sponsors and stuff this month. This Miata bill isn't as good as it looked. Unfortunate. Okay, we got the loot lug gear on. Let's hit that wheel. Sunders have way too awful cooldown rate to be viable in a constant onslaught of trash mobs. With a Sever the Thread setup, they could be fine, but yeah, for this, I would not use Sunder. I find that Inflammation is pretty good. Frostburn would be pretty good. Frostburn would actually be sick there. Because the Hydras would shoot the bloops. Anything to make a puddle? Yeah. Another Sigil W. It's healing me off the damage that Radluck did. Double status damage Barbel load with Stabo power, no element, and only chaotic. Ugh. Oh, Bradluck, chill. Pandemicium might not be bad for that farm. It might have enough damage, honestly. There's a poison weapon, poison melee with Pandemicium there. Hey, Cobras, how you doing? If that's the case, then Mace Warder or Deuce's Visage might also be enough. Mace Warder would probably be pretty good there. Honestly, I should use Mace Warder here, but then I'd lose the heal from Body Rune. Maybe not. If you're on a Berserker with Blood of the Fallen, you get the heal on kill from Blood Frenzy and then just run a Wardu. Yeah, that could work. Spell cooldown melee would work too, Jaybridge, yeah. Frost Spore Protagonizer. Only one passive and non-chaos tiered, but Frost Spore means Blizzard, so that's actually good. So we're looking out for Tyrant's Truth with hopefully Blast Gasp or Wrath of Nature. Not you too. Should I max out loot luck and farm the wheel? I mean, if you care about your drops from the wheel, loot luck helps, yeah. Put so many cosmetics in the DLCs. Yeah, it's great. It's absolutely great. Gives you real reason to farm this. Back from dinner, how's the farm coming along? It's going well, Rohit. We got, one Ascended used great bow. Out of, 148, we got one Ascended. We're doing some wheel farming right now. Missed 74 shots? Yeah. We did, we backed up the save and won a second time as well. I might post the save with the 74 bows in the Discord. Probably. Damage sources do you hope Blightcaller would focus on? I don't care. I don't care what it does, I don't care how it works, I don't care if it's good. The only thing I want from Blightcaller is for it to be unique. That is all I care about. I want it to meaningfully play differently. However they can achieve that, cool. But I want it to play differently. That is my only desire for it. Love struck bow, polymorph plus barb load equals OMG damage. Yeah, that sounds good, Wavy Gaming. That sounds pretty good. I've wanted to do some bow polymorph stuff. I just haven't put it together yet. Glad to know it works. Do you want to fly around dropping bricks on people? Sure. I'm down. Try anything twice. About 2 bows with spell charges. Same effect, yeah. Storage and Outriders work the same as lands games. It's cross-character, yes. It's a bit small. The devs did chime in a couple days ago saying that they're monitoring, but they don't have an update on making it bigger. Black powder fealty oath. It's not the double gun damage, but crit reload speed. That's cool. Primordial blank slate. Okay. Feeling a lot better. 90% sure it's food poisoning. Fast food with milkshake. 9 PM last night. Made bad choices. Drink water. Make good choice. Drink water. Can every get double gun damage on those rings? Can every manufacture? I've had it on Furior and one other one, I don't remember. Maybe Stoker. So I don't have the full sample size. Love counts as companions, and Greyborn stable throw skills boost damage to the roof. Yeah, that is a thing. Climbed to APOC 9 today, redoing the hunts to get gear, the legendary except for the puzzle room. Yeah, gearing at that point before you can efficiently clear expeditions is kind of tough. But once you get there, it's a lot smoother. Expedition farming is pretty nice. This new item in the loot, Tyrant's Truth. It's an armor. It dismisses your class companion, any class companions you have, and for each one that you lost this way, you gain 35% damage in either spell, melee, or gun damage, depending on which way the armor rolled. Black Powder Ring could be really nice with the Kettle Drum and Boilermaker focus build. Yeah, I enjoy both those guns quite a bit, so I'll be doing that at some point. Getting some Hyperius ones for Great Bows, though. Oof. That was conditional gun damage regular. Seems to be regular for Julio. It seems to be regular, but the spell damage is Lich's Augur spell damage, so fresh multiplier, as long as you're not using the Lich's Augur. And the melee damage is on swing melee, so it is in the category with the Consec Swings enchant, this one. So not regular melee damage. So the gun version, but the spell and melee ones have potential. Let's try to pit and rod. That's black powder, right? Yeah. Nothing special, but it's fine. Or however you say that word. It's a buff to spell shot, got it. No, because spell shot doesn't have class companions. You need to dismiss a companion to get a bonus. It's a buff to Graveborn, is who it's more of a buff to. Of course, you can play a dead shot and then dismiss one companion, and then, you know, you get that, but that's still less damage than you'd be getting from a Paradigm or an Amnesia, if I had to napkin math that. So it's more of a buff to non-spell shot. I plan on doing it with either Morticulturalist or, Ooh, Greed Warden can roll Elemental. I didn't know that. That's cool. That's good to know. Plan on running with either Morticulturalist or, okay, Wildfire. No, not Wildfire. Gloombringer. Brain no worky. How often do you run out of napkins? Quite often. Add formula doc, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, no problem, son. Happy to accidentally help. Then Morticulturalist is spell damage and Hydras. No, I'm thinking Morticulturalist, it's just a spellcaster build. Overspec Graveborn. Only 10 points in Spore. And then cast spell at thing. Or you could go more points in Spore. Honestly, you could probably go like Spore down to get Quiver of Holding and 2 points in Windrunner. Because if you take Morhem's Blessing, that'll activate Windrunner, so that'd be nice to just have on. And then Quiver of Holding will be nice for sticky guns for bosses. So you don't want a free res from Shroom? You don't want to listen to the conversation, Irish? You need to lose a companion to benefit from Tyrant's truth. You need to lose a companion. I need to lose something. If I am not getting rid of a companion, I am not getting anything from the armor. So, what is your proposed solution here? If 90% of your messages are going to be questioning decisions that have just been explained, or backseating ineffectually, I'm gonna call you out on it. What is your proposed solution? Hoping to put on the armor, the companion goes out in a blaze of glory. Ooh, it'd be cool if there's some kind of animation for it, yeah. Tyrant's work a stab, but no companion. Nope. You need to dismiss a companion for the effect to work at all. So it only works for Spore Warden, Clawbringer, and Graveborn. Stabomancer, Spellshot, and Berserker get nothing out of it unless their other class is one of the three mentioned. So there are two armors in the game that require class feat companions to get some or all of their functionality. The Claw armor requires a class feat companion to apply its debuff, and the Tyrant's armor requires a class feat companion to be dismissed to give its buff. Now you can still use the armor on other classes and you'll get the skills and the passives, but you won't get the shiny thing. I think I have all the cosmetics from DLC 3 finally. Because these are just showing as already known now for like all of them. Oh, no, still missing that one. Although maybe that's a DLC 2 one. Useless for my Clawstalker. Wyvern would get dismissed, so you'd get one stack. Get one bonus. Like a well-rolled one for my Ghostblade build wouldn't be terrible. Again, it's gonna be so disrespectful to roll Spellshot Stab on the new armor. I mean, if you think about it, that might still be good because of the skills. Like, you don't have to be the classes of your armor. That's something to keep in mind. It's often more optimal to not do that. In fact, to match just one class and get the skills you want. How many souls do I have left? Alright, one more spin. No luck. Gonna head out early, have a good rest of your day. Take it easy, fan. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Okay, so no luck. But we did get a decent amount of moon orbs and a lot of cosmetics. Pick up the frozen orb. It's only volatile with 2 augments. No thank you. I have better ones that I'm also not using. I should take that off. You ever die while rerolling a chance to a Bradlock? Because I have. Make a word, Greyborn Slam action skill. Dire Sacrifice? Dire Sacrifice can be made to work in mobbing. If you invest a lot into your HP, you get some Greyborn power on your armor and your amulets, and you get a little bit of ability damage somewhere. It guarantees applies a dot, so investing into dots helps the aftermath of it. But you can invest into it to a point where the hit is enough for mobbing. But Dire Sacrifice is not sufficient for bossing at anything above, like, Chaos 10. It's just not suited to bossing. You will need an alternate method of dealing damage for bossing. It's just that simple. It simply does not have the stats to boss. That was true as far back as Chaos 20, and Dire Sacrifice has not directly been buffed since then. Let's go! Ghostblade enchant on the smithies. Finally. Sick. Instead of using Bradlock, use a blue quest word amulet. I think double rolled into blue luck. Yeah, Revotes does that, and you can get any purple with double luck. I just don't look at purple amulets. So, using what I have. Hey Senna, how you doing? Still on hunt for Ascended Bradlock Amulet, not sure it even exists. It does, but as we talked about just a moment ago, you've got lots of options. You could just look at purples, you could go for Revotes, which is a unique blue. Bradlock doesn't inherently have more luck than other amulets. It just always has 2 rolls of the loot luck stat. So you can get one that provides you the same benefit without killing you. Any way to make Contagion work after the nerfs? So Contagion is still great. Here's the thing. Any build that went to Alchemical Agent before took Contagion. Any build post-nerf that goes to Alchemical Agent still takes Contagion. It's just that simple. What Contagion does now is it doesn't create your damage for you. It doesn't turn 1 damage dots into theoretically, boss 1 ticking dots. It doesn't do that anymore. Instead, it spreads your existing damage. It does what it says now instead of an extra whole thing. So that means if you have a big dot, then Contagion will spread that big dot and make it hit another enemy slightly less hard. Or it'll apply a second smaller dot to your main target. It just happens once per dot now. But it's still extremely valuable. So the way you make Contagion work after the change is you do exactly what you were doing before. That's it. If what you were doing before no longer works, it's because you were using the infinite looping aspect and not actually having good dot damage to begin with. So any build that has strong dots still loves Contagion. And even builds that don't likely want Contagion to spread dots for exploit their weakness. Status effect damage 110% won't do a bigger dot. You can no longer make spread dots from Contagion bigger than the original. Yes, you can no longer do that. But status effect damage makes your original dot bigger, which will result in your Contagion being bigger because it's still a percentage of that. Hey Pericles, thank you for the 3 months with the streak. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. How you doing? Thank you so much. And hey Rorzak, how are you? Hope you're well. Fun fact, Revotes can only come with Lightning and Spore, probably a bug. Maybe not a bug, Reckless Monster, because, like, Vorkanar's cog is always Fire Claw, so some are just locked. You know how much health enemies have? Yes, there is a health calculator for bosses in the Discord in the resources channel. We know exactly how much health bosses have. I could go for that last quartz, but I genuinely just don't feel like it. So I'm not gonna. How does Sever the Thread work with Ambihex? Does it apply to both spells? Only the original spell? It's prioritized one or the other depending on certain conditions? It applies to both. You will regain all charges of all of your equipped spells on Sever the Thread trigger. Simple as that. Thank you for linking, Kyler. I appreciate it. Also, hope you're well. There's the last quartz on this map. There's one here when you spawn. There's one right there in that corner. And then the third one is up here, right here. Live wire chains when shooting still count as melee? No. They are gone. Get the Ascended Liquid Cooling? No, I didn't. I got a Primordial times 2 though. Feel good about that. Nullifier Roguelite. Taking that curse in that first room makes it interesting, huh? Other new weapons from DLC you recommend anyone? Well, this is the Stab-O-Matic, and it shoots melee damage. It's, with the right build, it's terrifyingly strong. The Greed Warden melee weapon has some potentially interesting applications I've got to experience for myself before I sign off on. Petty Tantrum melee weapon seems like okay. Kind of underwhelming, honestly. The new spells are good. Both of them. Smithy's Ire is like one of the weakest non-punching melee sources, but it is a spell that is melee, so there's applications there. Face Puncher 2, yep. Can't wait to play this build. Had fun using Ghostblade for the first time yesterday. It's so satisfying. Everything from the visual of the Ghostblade itself, to the sound when it hits, to the animation when you move it, it's just very satisfying. Now, if you shoot enemy with melee bolts to take more damage from Stab-O? Yes. So something you could do on your Stab-O-Matic builds is throw some Fear Knots, some Fear Knot Shrikes with melee crossbolts, and they'll just fly around debuffing enemies for your Stab-O-Matic. And then yes, you could use a Barbel Load with that, and your Stab-O-Matic shots would cause ricochets based off that. You could do silly stuff. Is the point. If you so chose. No mod's preferable for this. I like Ancient for better Ghostblade uptime. Warrior would be optimal for damage. Warrior or Caustic, depending on your gearing. I like Ancient personally. There's a shout for Vampire, of course. This is a bit of a squishy build, so Vampire would be good. But you're not always in melee range, so I like Ancient for getting me more access to my primary damage. Like, my Ghost Blade's over right now, so I can just prioritize swing for a little bit. Speed up my cooldown coming back. Snake Sticks do enough that it's not like I'm doing no damage when my Ghost Blade's offline. It's nice to get it back fast. If only we could dual wield guns. A lot of fun to swing around for some reason. It is. Something about it is just... I don't know. I just like it. Dual wield melee weapons, though. Twin Soul being one weapon with 2 hilts instead of a dual wield weapon with 2 hilts. Missed opportunity. I will die on this hill. Bye. Back from meeting, and now I'm wide peepo happy. I'm glad you were wide peepo happy. So. I should prefer Twin Blades over others because of 2 ult mods. Vampire and Ancient's a nice combination. Yeah, Twin Soul's great. Twin Soul not only has the flexibility of rolling in every element and having 2 hilt mods, but it also has a high crit chance and is the fastest swinging melee weapon in the game. Twin Soul is the most flexible melee weapon in the game. You can do so much with it. Use it as utility, use it as damage, use it as survivability. You do so many different things with it. Great. Finally accumulating points again, first time in weeks I've had over 2k. People had a long time to accumulate points, so every once in a while a community challenge to thin them out. It was entertaining from my perspective. For a Berserker to have dual wield melee action skill instead of Feral Surge. But Feral Surge is cool. Just give Feral Surge some love. I like Feral Surge a lot. I still have plans to build around it for C50. It's just one of the many builds in my backlog. My Ghostblade addiction doesn't allow me to play many builds. Ghostblade and Inflammation Greatsword stuff. Or just Twin Soul with Amp and Echo on his forward and works great for him. Yeah, that's actually what I recommend for my Spore and gun build. That I haven't touched in C35, but it was my main build for a while. Yeah, Amp Echo Twin Soul is my preferred melee weapon there. Especially for sniping, like with Great Bow stuff. Especially that. You convinced me to make a stab adventure this weekend? Nice. My 4 points, that community challenge bankrupted me. Good. Good. You have the live wire on hand to get the bonus. You need to be holding it and connect with 2 melee attacks. It's every other melee attack that connects. I personally don't enjoy or like the live wire, so I do not use it. Points are one of the things I don't hurt you with usually. Yeah, sure. I should be using a fire melee weapon. Whoopsie. Well, this is mostly the Snake Stick show right now. Ghostblade's really not participating, to be perfectly honest. That's awkward timing. Spawn an ad, please. Oh, I guess not. Okay. Well, I can switch my weapon now. Why does Liz have such big teeth? To discourage you. Also, she's a snake. Thinking about Greed Ward and Ghostblade, that actually kind of sounds good. It's got a good attack speed. Also, wait, hang on. Look at the parts on this Greed Warden real quick and tell me what's wrong. Tell me what's happening with this thing. Just look at the augments. Were they backwards? I mean, that too, but like... Storm Surge? Huh? But I'm thinking about this Greed Warden a lot now, actually. So, like... Volatile to Primordial, it's comparing pretty well. A Primordial Greed Warden would have pretty decent base damage. Now, the crit isn't great, neither the crit stats are great, but slightly faster attack speed than that Snake Stick. And the bonus damage based on fullness of your ward, that does apply to all your melee. It's in the swing category, so it'd be additive with that enchant I have on the Snake Stick right now. And with Tyrants if I was running that, but interests me. Interests me enough to favorite that. Anyway. Wonder if it actually works. Yeah, that's a thought. Much better with a fire weapon. Cooldown 2 crit chance parts is tempting. Much more consistent double knotting with this. Take that. Like shooting live wire for Aw not holding it is Giga Chad. You love to see it. Oh, you enjoyed that? That's why I have it equipped. It's to shoot. You expect the parts. Sometimes, like a Spellblade shows generic purple parts in inspection, even if they're invisible. Blade, huh? Hmm. Do those just roll over? Headbutt. Bonk. That's a low damage Glacial Cascade. I don't have to roll snipers anymore. Shit, what do I roll? Melee weapons? Yeah. I won't get Greed Wardens, but Snake Sticks, Banshees... Yeah. Yeah. What is this, Cyberpunk? It's a one-handed club. Is that what we called it in that playthrough? Can't believe I messed the damn great bow shoot off. I made a backup of the save, Steve. It's something. It's a party trick I might whip out once in a while. I'll probably at some point post it in the Discord. I've held back about, you know, distributing saves for a few reasons, but maybe I do that. I have a couple utility saves that I wouldn't mind passing out to the community. Like a quest rewards one, with just a bunch of quest rewards on it. And great bow save. Spread the great bow love. I should roll pack leaders enchant on my live wire. Sorry, totally disconnected thought, but it's just a thought that occurred to me. If I'm just shooting the live wire for awe, then I may as well get a benefit from reloading it as well. Help keep my wyvern alive. Make my wyvern an alivern. Get it? Because getting good great bows. We got one ascended. One fire ascended. I already had primordials of other elements from doing similar shenanigans at C35, so I didn't really look at those. But yeah, we got one ascended. Son of which absolute bastard. Just a DPS check, Douglas. If he's killing you with damage, then if he's killing you, then you gotta introduce some things into your build or some strategies to offset that. This health bug? No, I think I'm just cracked. So like sigil spells will block his skull attack. Breaking line of sight and taking cover blocks his Nova attack and the skull attack for what it's worth. Everyone always asks Wyvern, no one ever asks Howvern, but I check on everybody from time to time, you know? That's true. I don't kill anything with damage, I use words. As far as they use seduction more than anything. But sure. Training Arc for Western on non-chaos levels and Karnak's Wall helps figure out the attack patterns. Yeah. Really big vouch for sigil spells though, seriously. Plop down a sigil, the skulls can't hit you, you can stand in there and do damage while he's attacking. Best time to damage Western is while he's attacking. Because you know what he's not doing while he's attacking? He's not spawning a bird. Figured out eventually, just serious wall is all. Wasn't quite sure about it. Sucks for them. Nah, you don't suck. Remember, bosses in this game do a very important thing that Borderlands bosses don't. So if you're basing this off of Borderlands experience, it's having the intended effect on you. Borderlands bosses don't do anything. They just die. They don't have large... They don't have long fight times. They're not very threatening. And they're mechanically simple. Wonderland's bosses are not the same. So if Wastard is giving you trouble, he's having the intended effect. It's just another challenge to overcome. Back? Welcome back, Maniki. How you doing? Great walk around the neighborhood, took a pretty picture of flowers. Ooh, that sounds good. I should walk. I used to walk so much, I've just gotten very stagnant the last couple of years. Don't love it, don't feel great about it. I have to schedule it in my day, I just don't. It's bad. I should really do the same. I really wish this armor had 3 in awe. I know it's me being a perfectionist, but like, the area damage doesn't do anything for me. Unless, do snake stick hydras get area damage? I have no idea, actually. Melee crit chance is nice. It's only got 2 in awe. So, like, there could be more. It's not a rational thought, but there could be more. What's the difference between spell damage and ability damage? Spell damage applies to spells, ability damage applies to things that are damage source ability. It's a whole extra, like, flavor. Like how guns have their own thing, melee has their own thing, spells has their own thing, ability is just another thing. Almost everything in this game that is ability damage tells you when it is. So if you open up your menu here, let's look at Cleansing Flames. Fatemaker summons a hammer that slams into the ground, dealing fire melee damage and creating a massive fire nova, dealing fire ability damage to nearby enemies. So this action skill does 2 things. It does a big melee hit, and then the Fire Nova that comes out, that's ability damage instead of melee. It's just a separate damage type. So you see leaving Storm Dragon's Judgment out on the ground without recalling it, that's ability damage. The 2 classes in the game that do not have any access to ability damage are Stabomancer and Spellshot. So if you're those, the stat is completely irrelevant to you. If you are, say, a Rapscallion. But all the other classes have a way to utilize it. For Graveborn, your Dark Hydras, your Dire Sacrifice, and your Blast Gas all scale up ability damage. For Berserker, your Blast Chill, your Dreadwind, and your Feral Surge scale up ability damage. For Spore Warden, your Spore Explosion, Spore Fuse, and Chant, your Barrage, and your Play the Angles, and your Blizzard all scale up with ability. For Clawbringer, it's the Nova from Cleansing Flames and the Lingering AoE from Storm Dragon's Judgment, plus the Blasphemous Favor Orb, the Rebuke damage, and the Storm Smite Capstone. All that's ability. Nice your knowledge, of course. This is all Ascension level. It's extra stats you can get up to 200 Ascension levels on a character. It's where it caps. Just you invest the points into minor stat increases. It's very tame. It's not something pervasively strong like myth rank. No, it's totally random. Think you'll play Gen 9 Pokemon? Absolutely. I've done a few Pokemon streams. I enjoyed Sword and Shield, unlike apparently most of the fan base. I've still not played Legends. I don't own it. But yeah, I do plan on playing Scarlet Violet. And the first video game I ever played was Pokemon Blue, so I do have a soft spot for the franchise. Hey Grumpy, how you doing? Got home from chest workout, how's it going? It's going well. It's going well. We got some great bow farming done, got some soul farming done. The soul farming didn't yield anything, but still, minor time commitment for, you know, a good showcase of the farm. Now we're just, doing some ghost blades, some chill ghost blade farming in the future. A pretty chill stream. I've been forgetting to trigger awe. I really should mob with... I should get a lightning scalawag, that's what I need to do now. Ah, we're hitting Pistol Bunny this run. I need a lightning scalawag. Now I'm using fire stuff. Legends Arc is really good, it's like Wonderland's all about if you like the gameplay. I'm a gameplay guy. So, yes. Imagine Blightcaller feeds more into ability damage for and benefit Clawbringer more, makes everything more deadly. Clawbringer isn't that inclined towards ability compared to others. In fact, the most relevant sources of ability damage, game-wide, are Blast Gasp and Blast Chill. And Blast Chill, I would say, is minor, so like, Graveborn benefits from ability damage the most, because Blast Gasp is just the most relevant one. So, I'd say, yeah, that. Then, of course, it's competing with Spell Shot for providing fuel to that, so we'll have to see if that ends up working out. Boss is replayable in Outriders. You can replay any story chapter you want. You can just select it through the menu and go back to that point and redo it if you'd like to. Never watched you play Pokemon. I too have a soft spot for the franchise. It's part of a front office for the Global Battle Association Season 4, familiar with YouTube Battle League. I'm not familiar. But it's a bunch of words that sound cool together. +1 to Alchemical Agent. Ooh, that's scary. There we go. That's that good solicit damage. There we go. Shout out to 2 out of 1 Alchemical Agent, but still, that was with Nullify, so a non-Nullify, that's like a normal kill. How do you compare the build diversity of Outriders to Borderlands games like BL2, BL3? Fucking everything has better build diversity than BL2. That's not a hard bar to clear. But BL3 is really hard to beat in terms of build flexibility. I'd say Outriders has less than that. But considering we just got a major expansion for the game a week ago, there's a lot of builds that haven't yet been discovered. So, hard to quantify, but there's a lot. There's a lot. Hey Amber, how's stream going? It's going great. How are you? An Echo Amp Twin Soul, but bad swing speed. Only diverse thing in BL2 was Hammerlock. Preach. There, I said it. You ain't wrong. Should I go to work today? A shitty morning really messed me up, but I'm better. I am always an advocate of prioritizing your health. If you need to work today for your job security or, you know, to pay your bills, then maybe that's the play, but, like, I am always gonna say prioritize your health, Irish. I'm better, not feeling great. Also, I'm PC issues, so I'm on mobile at the moment. Oh, I'm sorry things are looking that way. Send in, I don't know, good vibes are fucking useless, but I'm thinking positively, and I'll go fight whatever you need me to. I mean, a fight your PC probably won't help the problem, but I can try. So we're hitting Pistol Bunny because I want another copy of this gun, the Scalawag, but I want it with, like, the same parts if I can, but in lightning element. Good vibes are not useless, just hard to quantify. Fair enough. Fair enough. So we're hoping for purples. We didn't get that many purples. That's a good push pin. Primordial Butterboom. Shame it's ×1. I never have gotten a good ×3 Butterboom, now that I think about it. Ooh, that's a bad Rapscallion, a 15 blade. Without the 25 blade. Awkward. Curious if the weapon with the wordplay on Badaboom's not a rocket launcher. Maybe it's yet another sign that nostalgia should go bye-bye. But jokes aside, I do think of the Badaboom when I say Butterboom. It's a good Rapscallion. 40 blade. I have no reason to shoot a Rapscallion though. So it being ×2 doesn't really matter, nor does the Chaos Tier. Rapscallion does not get crossbolts. Scalawag does. Our Scalawags weren't very good this run. We're certain it doesn't get heavy damage. Yeah. Digging into that enough, damage source pistol was seen enough times, yeah. Digging into it for unrelated things, but still. Unlucky. Everything must change, except the Hellfire, of course. The Hellfire changed, though. Hellfire is a spell in this game that acts completely differently, and I'm here for it. Take it easy, Rolio. You have a good one. Spend some orbs. Day ruined, unfortunate. 1 or 2 more runs. Yeah, this is doing pretty well even without, like, having Awe. Do I run Blastomet's Favor for Awe, chat? I think I do. I think I move a dedication point to Blastomet's for Awe. Ugh. Because a melee kill will spawn the lightning one. And the lightning means awe. Make sure to get something out of it. Yeah, most of my kills are melee. Hey, you are. How you doing? Happy Friday. I was gonna do bark this one, forgot. Oh. Same frame. Fantastic thing, I finally caught up on sleep for the 4th of July weekend. Did fireworks keep you up late? I know a couple people having that problem. Or did you just party? Too much fun. A lot of time in the sun. Hey, I'm glad you had a good time. Glad you had a good time. Time for someone in chat to remove Quack's melee keybind. He's having too much fun. Sir, you know this chat very well. Carry on. Who's having fun? Not allowed. Having fun? In a game that came out recently? No, not allowed. Must bash. Wow, King Crab, really? You're just gonna footloose me, huh? Wait, video games are for fun? I'm just finding this out as well, Baron. And, my entire worldview has been shaken, honestly. Don't know what to do with that information. I'm screaming, crying, and throwing up. Crustacean's got jukes. I play League of Legends. Oh yeah, you don't play for fun then. Okay. Yeah, fun fact, if you try to say play League fast enough, it sounds like Plague. And that's what that game is. Thought people played games for fun. We're just one small part of the community. Isn't that why we need NFTs in games? Exactly. That is a joke. That is a joke. We are both joking. Joking. Please no. The only thing is I love the game. It's very fun for me. There are people that I play with against, or honestly I have to wonder why they're still playing the game because they honestly seem to hate it. It's one of those things where people don't play out of love of it, they play out of love of winning in it, and that is an entirely different mentality. That is a very different approach. Clearly haven't tried Dota 2 on the Southeast Asia server. Ooh. Are they pretty toxic over there, Rohit? Wonderland's a game that tortures your soul. You can be having so much fun, play it for hours on end, then a meltdown will happen. Friends don't let friends fight Imelda. That really play because of sunk cost fallacy. That too. That's gotta be a big reason, actually. Yeah. Incomprehensible and toxic, high egos. Sounds about right. Yeah, I just don't play PvP things anymore because I don't know. I've mellowed out a bit as I've aged, and that's just stress I don't need, and I don't like the kind of like mentality I develop when playing those games. Like I get a little toxic too. I don't want to be that guy. So, meh, not for me. Only you could prevent fighting Imelda. Too old for them kids on the interwebs. You know it, Felicia. You know it. I'm an old man. I'm on my full health enchant anyway. How do you feel about that, Celissa? Why are you up there, Ghostblade? What are you doing? Who made you like this? Still like PvP games when I die or lose, just go off, fucking move on. It depends on the game. There's some that I could totally just still vibe out, but there's some that just awaken a horribly competitive side that I don't want to feed that side. No more PvP pugs for me. I'm fine with playing the games in a private group, no matchmaking shit anymore. Yeah. Take friends, don't let friends fight Imelda, and remove the fight Imelda bit. That's MOBAs these days. Pain. If I go easy, I feel like I could already go creative. My medium hard survival worlds are great though. Enjoying Minecraft. Nice. Minecraft passed me by. Echo Amp Twin Soul with 1.94 swing speed. That's good. Minecraft kind of passed me by. I was in high school when it first came out, and it's not one of the games I played. And then during its resurgence, I was old enough and busy enough, I was like, meh. So, it's kind of not a me thing. Ooh, gun with wings with melee crossbolts. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. I should roll pistols for scalawags, but we'll just do both. No, it's gonna get so cluttered. I haven't gotten a primordial mage staff yet today, so we gotta make sure that happens. It's prophesized. How many bonk bucks to awaken Comp Quag? Comp Quag was a relic of bygone eras. There was the FPS Quag arc as a teenager. Then there was the MMO Quag arc. Yeah. Yeah. Looter Shooter Quag is much more, I like that guy more. Looking for guns with wings on my Hermes build fits thematically is good damage. Does fit thematically. Is good damage. Good shot. Primordial Storm Surge. I mean, it's close to Mage Staff, right? But is it a Greed Warden? So my school kept putting cracked Minecraft on the schools, yeah, so so many people wasted time looking for it every time it got deleted. Nice. Okay. So, good stopping point. I've been trying to go longer on streams in July, but I'm limiting myself because planning wise, it's looking like the 24 is probably gonna happen this month. I'll have cool stuff and things for the 24. At the very least, I'll give away some codes for various things during that. Probably be a later out of this month, but I'm still planning activities, blocking out time and stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna call it. So tomorrow's Variety Saturday, we will be playing Outriders. I've been playing Melee Devastator, and it's been very, very, very good in endgame. Looking forward to showing that off. So that'll be tomorrow. I'm thinking, depending on if I still have the Outriders itch next Saturday, I'll play that, but chance for Devil May Cry for next Variety Saturday. So not tomorrow, the following one. Devil May Cry 5. Not addicted, right? No, it's only all of my off-stream time. It's only all of it. So, let's find somewhere to go. I'm trying to undo. Good try, Kirk. Good try. See, Alec is on BL3, probably farming something horrible. Man, it's got more mental fortitude than I do. K6 is doing day one of an Amara playthrough. Birds on Outriders, Lazy's on Wonderlands, Dame's on Subnautica. What's Tizzle doing? Couldn't think of a title. Relatable. Let's go to Lazy. Let's keep it in the Wonderlands directory. Always say find somewhere to go, like we don't always go to Lazy. We don't always go to Lazy, we just often go to Lazy. Like, we raided Birdman recently. And sometimes we raid other people. I try to, like, when I stream Wonderlands, I try to keep us in the Wonderlands directory, kind of keep the support for the game going. So, you know, the people who are just gonna scream and whine dead game don't have that much more ammunition. Um, but yeah. Anyway, I'll stop dragging my feet because I gotta go to the bathroom and get food and do a bunch of other things. I mean, I think we all go to lazy though. Yeah, a lot of us just end up there anyway, so it makes the most sense. Anyway, I'll see you guys over there tomorrow. Variety Saturday. Sunday is my day off. Monday is the next Wonderland stream. So if you're here just for Wonderlands content, I will see you then. Otherwise, see y'all tomorrow. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
With all that kind of stuff. So it